Welcome everyone to today's Winter Pulse meetings. My name is Trent Richards, and I am the chair of the Saskatchewan Pulse Growers. I will be your host for the meeting today. Before we get started, I first wanted to cover some housekeeping. Please ensure your phones are turned to silent mode in the event of an emergency. The exits are located at the back and the east side of the room. Exit up the stairs and out to the parking lot. Gather at the mustard point marked in the north parking lot at the chain link fence. We are so pleased to be able to come together in person in Regina today, recognizing that it has not been possible for everyone to travel here today. We are proud to offer a live stream option. So welcome to everyone attending online as well. We have a great turnout and hope you find today's agenda informative and useful for your farming operations. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Pulse Growers, I would like to thank our sponsors today. This event is proudly supported by FMC Canada, Corteva, McDougall Acres Limited, and Bayer. Thank you for supporting this event and Pulse Growers in Saskatchewan. Special thanks to Bayer for supporting the live stream component of today's presentations. For those in attendance today, if you provide either a CCA or CCSC number at the time of your pre-registration or when entering today, you'll receive credits for today's presentations. After today, a recording will also be made available online, so to be sure to watch for an email from SPG on how to access those recordings following today's meeting. There will be a question and answer period after each presentation. For virtual attendees, please type your questions into the question box on your GoToWebinar control panel. These questions will be read aloud and addressed after in person. Questions have been asked for in-person attendees. Please approach the microphone located on the floor of the room during the question and answer. It is important to use the mic so that everyone, including virtual attendees, can hear the questions. There are also handouts and resources relevant to today's sessions, either through GoToWebinar in your dashboard or at the table on the side of the room, back of the room. And these resources will be included in the email you'll receive following today's event. I want to quickly acknowledge some of the SPG board members and staff that have joined us today. We have Winston Van Staveren and Corey Leeson, directors on the SPG board. We also have some SPG staff here today. Could you please stand up and wave so we know who you are? I encourage you all to mix and mingle with our board members and staff during today's breaks. Encouraging with growers is important to SPG. Engaging is important with growers to SPG, and these winter meetings are one of the main ways we are able to connect, update, and share organizational and extension information. Improved yields of established pulse crops like lentils and peas, as well as increasing adoption of smaller acreage crops like chickpeas, faba beans, and soybeans are both important strategies and key result areas for SPG. And we will be covering topics related to both of these priorities today. We are going to start today's meeting with a presentation about the on-farm agronomic lookback and outlook of pulses, and that will be provided by Sarah Anderson, Agronomy Manager with SPG. Sarah is focused on providing lentil and chickpea extension information, leading related agronomic initiatives. call up Sarah. Sorry.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Trent, and thanks to everyone for coming out today. Yeah, as Trent mentioned, I'm Sarah Anderson, and going to give you just sort of a brief recap of last season, some things to keep in mind for this upcoming season. So a little bit of a warm up, if you will, to the next speakers in the lineup that are going through some research highlights from the 2022 growing season. So anytime that, we kind of think of when we're done this season, I think it's tendency to sort of think of like, what was the theme of that season? And that's, easier said than done in some cases. 2021 growing season, it was pretty easy, right? It was hot and dry, kind of wherever you were, that was the perspective. The 2022 growing season, of course, was a little bit of a different story. But if I were to sort of give it one conversation piece that I feel like really resonated, it was this one, the great debate. Is it worse to be droughted or drowned? And this was a hot topic of debate during the initial part of the season of 2022. And I think it really led the way to sort of the story of a province divided in 2022. A few different ways that we can portray this, but again, I think it captures it well if we just sort of put it under the lens of seeding progress. So these maps were generated by Saskatchewan Agriculture, and we see here the second week of May 16th or May 10th to the 16th, general seeding progress throughout the province. Probably not too much of a surprise that the Southwest got started a little bit earlier, but we see them, quickly pulling ahead. Whereas the east side of the province, Regina eastward, a little bit stuck and waiting by the drills to a certain extent. So I'm sure that added a little bit more fuel to the fire of, is it better to be drowned or drought? Again, we go to the end of May, beginning of June, and we see this, compounding even more. So definitely a lot of seeding progress that has been made in the province, but yeah, that poor Yorkton pocket, if there's any growers or agronomists from there, you probably know it firsthand. Yeah, just sitting for a little while longer. So I think as you get later in the season, you wonder, how is that going to shape the rest of the season? Part of the province was already headed to in crop at this point, and making those next set of decisions, while the other one was sort of, yeah, still trying to get seed in the ground. So it does have implications for the next part of this season. So won't spend too much time going over the 2023 herbicide carryover risk. I will note, I love this map so much more than last year's map. It has less color spectrum, which is a good thing, and more color spectrum on the green side of the scale than the red side. So across the province, that's the good news story, is we're headed into less carryover risk than we were last year. But again, really depends on where you were in the province as a number one. And again, these are just generalized maps. You obviously need to consider your own specific field and farm circumstances. This particular map looks at rainfall from May 31st to September 26th. And this is going to be most relevant for the producers that were able to start those in-crop applications in May or early June. But it does change a little bit if in-crop happened a bit later. So you see a bit more expansion, again, more on that west side of the province, where we have a few more moderate areas of herbicide carryover risk. And this is really just generated by when you did those in-crop applications. So again, just some nuance and some things to keep in mind as you're planning for this upcoming year. Moving into sort of, yeah, how did the 2022 story end? And here I have a graph of the provincial crop yield estimates, and the 22 provincial average is denoted in the dark green bars versus last year's average in the light green bars, as well as compared against the 10-year provincial average in the black line that's going across the graph. Yeah, and for starters, we can see we made significant gains on our average yield across all of our crop types at the bottom. Maybe the bar wasn't set the absolute highest last year, but the other good news story is that the average yields this year in most cases, reach that 10-year average in most crops. It's reached or exceeded. So we're slowly getting back on track. There are, of course, a few exceptions. Our durum, our mustard, and then in the pulse category, our lentil and our chickpea didn't quite reach that 10-year provincial average across the board. And, you know, kind of thinking about this a little bit more, it could be just where the propensity of those acres are of those crops to be grown. We start to see some regional divide. And so just highlighting that here in these regional pulse yield estimates, so these are in bushels per acre for pea, lentil, and chickpea. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough data on some of our minor crops, so I'm not trying to exclude them here. But and yeah, we see that story kind of across the board as well. The Southwest was, you know, across all three crops was lower than our provincial averages, the lowest of all the regions, and then followed by the West Central as a general. Whereas on the east side, more so than that north-south divide, but more of an east-west divide, we see the East Central actually had a really great year on average across the board, exceeding the provincial averages with the highest yields reported in all three crops. And then the Southeast, with the exception of pea, was right there with them. So aside from yields, the next part of the crops cycle that we look at is the seed generation to next year's seeds. So again, if you recall, not trying to rag on last year too much, but we've seen that germination story be a significant portion of the aftermath of the 2021 season, where we've seen germination levels really low seed supply. And again, we're slowly getting back on track here as well. So this data is from a 2022 seed survey that SaskPulse Growers leads with the other commission groups, and happy to partner with our commercial seed labs across the province. So Discovery Seed Labs, Prairie Diagnostic Seed Labs, London Seed here in Regina, as well as 2020 Seed Labs. And so far, the seed lots that have been tested on average are showing well above 85% germination in our lentil, pea, and chickpea crops. And so giving us a good indication that quality is generally faring well from the 2022 season going into 2023 seed. Looking at the pathogen load on these seed lots, I think a similar story as well. So there's a little bit of noise in this graph, but this just shows the seed-borne pathogen load of on lentils, peas, and chickpeas with various pathogens listed at the bottom. And the bars denote the amount or the percent of pathogen-free seed that was tested. So the higher the bar, the less of the seed lots that were coming back with some level of detectable pathogen. The black dots indicate the mean infection level of the seed lots that did have a detectable pathogen load. And so yeah, lentils, again, they're shaping up pretty well across the board. A little bit of a depression in the anthracnose bar there. Not a huge concern for us when we think about seed-borne anthracnose not being a significant mode of transmission. The ascochyta in the peas, we definitely have a lower amount of pathogen-free seed, but the mean infection level isn't too great or isn't concerning, at least at the averages across the province. Similar story in ascochyta, about just over half of them are pathogen-free, but we do see that mean pathogen level exceeding 2%, which, as we'll get into in a couple of slides, we obviously want that number to be a little bit lower. But just digging into that a little bit more, wanted to look at how does this compare to our historical average. So we have some data, cumulative data from 2015, and that's listed in the light green bars. And so again, with lentil, it hasn't moved much. We're tracking as we typically have done with ascochyta, seed-borne ascochyta and lentil. With the pea, even though we have less pathogen-free seed in that dark green bars, relative to the historic mean, our mean infection level is actually lower than it historically has been. So that's not a bad news story. The 2022 mean infection level is with those black circles opposed to the black triangles. And then with chickpea, it follows the same trend. So again, a little bit of a reduction in the mean pathogen-free seed, but a bit of a reduction as well in the mean infection level. So I will just put in a little note in terms of, why we get so concerned about Ascochyta levels in chickpea seed. We really have a low threshold for seed-borne Ascochyta. Usually the goal with any of our seed lots is to seed completely pathogen-free seed, but with chickpea, 0% Ascochyta should be what we're striving for if we can. It's a fairly aggressive disease with lots of seed to seedling transmission. So we have a threshold to not use any seed lots, regardless of treatment, over 0.3%. And that's really the equivalent of 1 infected seed per 400 seeds tested. So, we want to be careful to not have a risk of underrepresentation in small subsamples of seed lots tested, and just be really diligent with this part of the chickpea agronomy equation. I have a photo there. It's actually taken from a speaker that you'll hear from later today, Amber Wall, with Wheatland Conservation Area, and just showing some rotted chickpea that didn't come out of the ground. And its seed lot, just for reference, was at that threshold level. So it wasn't exceeding, it was just right at that acceptable threshold level with good germination. And just to kind of zoom out on this as well, we had put in a small seed treatment demonstration with chickpea, part of a little bit of a larger demonstration of some different input practices. And I think you can see it on the slides fairly well. So this is relatively early, but we have different strips or blocks of fungicide, untreated check, biological seed treatment, and combination of fungicide and biological seed treatment. And it's pretty clear that we have a good obvious amount of plants that are growing in those fungicidal treatments. So some preliminary data that was coming out of that is that with the treatments that had a combination of fungicidal seed treatment, our mean emergence was really close to what our target plant stand would want to be at just over 4 plants per square foot, and a mean yield just shy of 25 bushels per acre. Relative to any of the treatments, so bare seed or biological on its own, was 0.3 plants per square foot versus 7.2 bushels per acre. So definitely at the Swift Current site, it was statistically meaningful to be laying down at least that base amount of fungicidal seed treatment. Okay, moving into the 2022 in season. So this again is just going to be a bit of a cross section of some learnings and maybe some reminders and things to keep in mind for the next part of the growing season in 2023. So I'm going to highlight some things about disease, some bugs, and some weeds. So probably not a ton of fenugreek agronomists or growers in the room, but we'll start off with the root rot story. And this one I found particularly interesting. It was a new scenario to me personally, where we had an agronomist had alerted that there was some patches, some wilting patches within some fenugreek fields, and once we sent them away to be sampled, was identified to be caused by Fusarium and Pythium species. So just a bit of a reminder as we go into the next stages of our root rot discussion, fenugreek isn't a crop that we consider a host for Aphanomyces specifically, but in terms of the root rot complex, there's definitely other soil-borne pathogens out there that can infect all of our crops. So speaking of Aphanomyces, that was the other thing. It almost didn't really matter where in the province you were, but there was a few things, just some patterns that were reinforced as we were going through those fields, and I think you can probably recall them from your own experiences this year. Rotation is definitely one of the biggest tools that we have in the toolbox with Aphanomyces. So often we think about how often that pea or lentil was in rotation, and that's certainly part of the equation, as is the length of time since pea or lentil was last grown. And arguably that's probably the one we go to first, with the sense of you know, I haven't grown peas since X year. I haven't grown lentils for this many years. And those are definitely important considerations. But I think the big sort of pillar of this as well is really matching. Not only how often you've grown them, when you last grew them, but what was the soil environment when you grew them last. And we kind of seen that over and over again, that was almost the trump card of what was differentiating different degrees of infection between fields that had similar histories. So I have just a couple case studies. I won't go through the whole camera roll from the 2022 season here, but just to sort of show some examples of picture matching that rotational history. So on this slide, you see two lentil stands on the right picture. Definitely one that's a little worse for wear, has lots of Aphanomyces, or root rot, I should say, infection, versus the adjacent field. These are in West Central Saskatchewan this year. And there's certainly root rot in the second field as well too, but the photo on the left, that's sort of the worst part of the field. Whereas the photo on the right, that's the field. That's what that field looked like, with a few islands of some green growth. And so when we think about just how many hosts in its history, so we track back to 2009, and yeah, the worst field had higher amounts of pea or lentil in its rotation relative to the field that was in a bit better shape. In terms of years since a pea or lentil was grown, they're very similar, so, and have a long rotation, 6 or 7 years for both of them. The 6-year one, again, it happens to be the one that's doing just a little bit worse. But really the caveat probably on the 6-year was that last year that it was in was 2016. So versus 2016 on the field that's faring a little bit better, which was spring wheat, this one had lentils in it. So we see a combination of all of those factors coming through, but really bearing in mind sort of, again, that last time they were in rotation and what the environment was like. Another example, this is from a drier region. So that one was from West Central, did hit quite a few good timely rains throughout the season. This particular field did not. But yeah, shows sort of a similar trend as well. So again, adjacent fields, exact same management history with the same grower. And we see that they both had lentil 3 times since 2011. And the fields are the samples that are taken regardless of the landscape position. On the left side, which is looking quite a bit healthier, was durum in 2016 versus the pictures of the plants on the right side was lentil in 2016. And of course, these 2 fields had very different yield stories as well. All right, moving on to bugs. You know, again, your insect story might be different depending on where you were in the province, but I think it probably featured at least grasshoppers or pea aphids, maybe both. Those are the two nemesis. Yeah, I'm seeing some nods in the room right now, the 2 nemesis ones. So, you know, I think we don't know what 2023 will look like. But if we look at the 2022 season with grasshoppers and all their egg laying capacity, as well as some forecast maps, and just going off the gut feeling, chances are we could have some insect pressure coming in 2023. So one of the first things to keep in mind, and I won't do a deep dive here, is the potential removal of products containing lambda from the marketplace. And so there's a little bit more information. Actually, you can find this fact sheet on the back table or find it on our website. We did a collaboration with Sask Barley, Sask Canola, and Sask Wheat, just going through this issue as well as looking at alternative insect management options and insecticide options. But I think for, you know, all purposes going forward, right now your planning could be that this isn't going to be a tool that's available at the farm gate in 2023. So good news, we do have some alternative insecticides for grasshoppers and aphids in our pulse crops, but we do need to be strategic with where we use them and which crops we use them on. So have them listed here, and we have 1 to 3, depending on the crop and pest combination, that are available for grasshoppers or pea aphids. One thing to note as well is that they're different. So in some cases, they're registered on the same pest across both crops, but not in all. So you can't take for granted that just because it's registered on the pest, it's safe to use on that crop. And then of course, all of these actives do behave a little bit differently than Lambda itself. So we need to bear in mind just how these are used, what their mode of action is, how they're actually targeting and working on the pest, because that's going to dictate the best use and application practices. The other thing I will note is EcoBrown. So this is maybe a little bit of a blast from the past with that product, but suppliers are indicating that there should be good supply of it going into 2023. So it's a brand bait based product for grasshoppers, and so while not registered for whole crop use on lentils and peas, it is available for those field borders and headlands. So just another tool in the toolbox to consider. Okay, moving on to weeds, and this one, yeah, it kind of makes my heart sink a little bit. So this photo here is from Dr. Charles Geddes with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada in Lethbridge, and it comes from a population of kochia from Saskatchewan, suspected of group 14 resistance, and these are preliminary findings, but the story doesn't set a positive trend so far. So on the very far left-hand side of the 0 part of the spectrum, those are the controls. So there was no herbicide applied to these kochia plants that were grown from seed harvested from the suspected population. And then we have an increasing dose response across the bottom. The specific group 14 active that was tested was saflufenicil. This is the active found in heat. And again, different doses across. So the 25 and 50 grams of active ingredient per hectare represent what we'd be using sort of at a field level, with 50 about the highest registered rate. And unfortunately, what these preliminary findings are indicating is that this population was surviving rates up to 16 times the field rate. And so this needs to be repeated. The seeds harvested from here need to be increased, needs to be confirmed if that resistance is then confirmed or conferred rather to the next generation, and look at different active ingredients and different dose responses across there. So there's definitely a lot to unpack here and a lot to learn. But this, yeah, these are the first sort of indications of another group or another resistance in kochia in Saskatchewan. I think, you know, sort of as a little bit of complementary information from our neighbors in the south, is that this was also found at similar timings by North Dakota State weed scientists. They were also noticing populations that were escaping pre-plant burn-off herbicide applications group 14. So in those cases, it was also saflufenicil and carfentrazone. And that's what their indications as well too, that they have populations of group 14 resistance done by Brian Jenks with NDSU. Yeah, and so just because it's happening there doesn't mean it is happening here, but as you know, kochia doesn't really respond well to borders. And I think leaping ahead, the natural question is, what does this mean for other group 14s? So this study was done on saflufenicil, but yeah, does that mean that all group 14s are off the table? And I think that's just yet to be determined. Like I said before, we have a lot of learnings left to do, and more testing is required for these kochia populations. Cross resistance could definitely be a potential. Its full extent is not known at this point. So whether, again, it will behave the same regardless of the specific group 14 active that's applied. And then another question is, will it behave like water hemp? So water hemp, luckily for us, isn't a weed that we're dealing with right now on a regular basis. But in other regions where water hemp is a weed of concern, there has been group 14 resistance identified. And so far, it's group 14 just to foliar applications, or resistance rather, just to foliar applications of group 14 herbicides. So if they're applied post-emergence as a foliar, that's where control is lacking. So far is that the efficacy is still there with group 14s that are applied as a soil emergent herbicide. And so it's unclear if kochia is going to behave the same way, the same pathway. Of course, there's different use rates on those weed spectrums, but it could be something that, you know, means that we still retain some group 14 actives in our toolbox going forward, even if this does become the norm. But regardless, I think it's important for us to think about, yeah, all the tools in our toolbox, including other alternative herbicide active ingredients and their modes of action. So yeah, we have other groups as well. They're not always available specific in our pulse crops. So that's where we do have a little bit more limitation. But we need to think about controlling kochia across seasons and across crops, just for overall management of that weed. And it doesn't apply just to kochia, of course. Obviously, all the weed spectrum, we need to be thinking about it in this way. So as we maybe start to dive into using alternative active ingredients, we do, of course, then the second part of that equation is thinking about crop injury and carryover concerns. So group 27, just as one example, really effective on the kochia family, but it does present depending on the specific active use. So Infinity is the example here in this picture. It does have carryover concerns specifically for our lentil crops, as well as some other pulse crops. And I know we've been ragging a little bit on kochia and being a little bit doom and gloom about it. And this slide probably isn't going to help more depending on how you think about it. But maybe just from a non-agronomist, non-farmer hat perspective, kochia is kind of an amazing plant. That's what makes us bang our head against the wall with it, for sure. It's so well adapted to drought. And I think, you know, back to some of the comments from Dr. Jenks at North Dakota State, that was sort of how they were first brushing off some of these misses. Oh, it's been a drought. The kochia control just wasn't there because the herbicide efficacy conditions weren't there. So it was escaping. So that is true. It thrives when conditions are poor. Yeah, those are some of the things that we need to think about when we try to out-trick it, so to speak. So it is a C4 plant and has all those attributes that go with it, including really doing well and being efficient in heat situations, efficient using CO2 as well as water, and can have a really deep root structure. So with this in mind, it's probably just better for it not to thrive and grow at all. And that's regardless of if we're talking herbicide packages or other tools. Controlling the seed bank should be how we think about that IPM first and foremost. A kochia plant is a prolific seed producer, producing 30,000 plus seeds per plant. And so beyond herbicide selection, maybe bringing in some rudimentary tools in the toolbox, mowing if you're able to before it sets seed, those patches that escape, or even thinking about planting perennial crops in areas that you know are a hotbed for kochia development, such as those saline areas that just aren't going to do as well in crop production as they do in kochia production. Some other control tips to think about are just controlling early. So it thrives when we let it grow. It can be quite aggressive as we continue through. So early control, you know, this is probably universal for more than just this weed. It is universal for more than just this weed. Controlling early is best from a weed removal and critical weed free period, but also the easiest time to get control of those weeds. Coverage is crucial. So again, a lot of our group 14s are are contact based, and so we're often thinking large water volumes with those actives. But also, as this picture sort of shows, kochia loves to grow with its friends. So we rarely just see these isolated plants of it. We see mats of kochia, even at the early spring stage. So we really need to focus on making sure that all of our droplets and all of our active ingredient get to the right spot. Applying herbicides when they're actively growing, that's a good rule of thumb for all weed spectrums. Using effective modes of action as well, and layering those multiple modes of effective action throughout the growing season. So thinking about layering, not just, layering doesn't mean tank mixing necessarily, where we're just adding a bunch of different actives in a tank mix situation. That is a good strategy, but also thinking about removing those weeds at different times of the growing cycle. So soil residual herbicides, early spring burn downs, as well as in crop, kind of attacking it from lots of different angles. And then lastly, not really a herbicide one here, but just growing competitive plant stands. The more competitive our plant stands can be, the better it is for the crop, obviously, and the worse it is for the weeds. Yeah, more crop just simply means less kochia. This visual, I like to use it because it's one of those line in the field pictures, and it was a seeding rate trial that was done a few years ago, showing a 60-pound rate on the one side, and I think you guys can all see the line there, versus 120-pound seeding rate on the other. So by no means do we have complete weed control because of this. This is just one of those extra layers, tools in the toolbox to consider. But we do see a definitive reduction of overall kochia plants, as well as some wild mustard in this case, and therefore a reduction of the weeds that are going back into that weed seed bank. So a little bit of a segue into some plans that SBG has for the upcoming growing season, which I'm incredibly excited about, is a reboot of the Profit program. So SBG's Profit is pulse replicated on-farm independent trials, and looking at our field scale trial initiative in 2023. So just want to bring it to your attention and put a little plug into what's coming down the pipeline for the upcoming season in terms of field scale projects. And really highlighting it here because the premier protocol that we're trying to deliver is evaluating the response of lentil to seeding rate as a function of target plant population, and targeting about 25 sites across the province. So these are farm run trials. Would hint welcome any cooperation from anyone if you're interested in running one of these trials on your farm. Partnering with IHARF on this initiative. And while it's definitely a question that seems really rudimentary, right? It's seeding rate. It's kind of a little boring, but it's such a foundational part of getting that crop off to the right start, and has implications in weed management, disease management going forward, that we just feel that it's something worth evaluating a little bit more strongly. Not only what the implications of that plant population are on final yield and management of these pests and disease, but also just the right way in crafting that seeding rate recommendation. You're going to hear a little bit more, I think, about some seeding rates later or throughout our Winter Pulse series, but just something that we're trying to take from small plot to field scale. And we did sort of jump the gun a little bit and had a couple unofficial profit trials in 2022. I say unofficial just because they were standalone sites and the protocol wasn't the same across all sites. But I'm going to highlight one here from the Assiniboia area on large green lentil. And really we've seen significant yield improvements with that increased plant population under the conditions of the 2022 growing season, up all the way up to 17.5 plants per square foot. And those were actual plant densities that were measured, thanks to my summer student. She's not here right now, but thanks to Christina for doing all those plant stand counts. And we've seen it highly correlated, significantly correlated, that the higher our plant stands was, the higher our yield was in this large green lentil crop. And so with that, I'm going to wrap up with just a few kind of reminders, a rehash of some of the topics that I've gone through here today. Test your seed. And so again, your individual seed lots, they may vary from the provincial averages, but that's a great place to start in terms of the planting season, and plan your rotation carefully. This, of course, means that whole gamut of herbicide rotations, as well as just general rotations from a disease standpoint. And make sure that you're also reviewing those environmental records, particularly during the last time an Aphanomyces susceptible host was grown. And then I would encourage everyone to prepare an insecticide strategy for your farm. Probably easier said than done. We don't have crystal balls going into this season, but really, you know, I know it's planning for the pulse year, but across the whole farm is really, really important. There's different ways to mix and match your timings, but you need to understand where might be your first and worst threat of pest pressure on your farm. And then, of course, familiarize yourself with labels. It's a good general rule of thumb across all seasons, so I won't just hold this to 2023 advice, but especially as we're thinking about reaching for alternative products in the product portfolio, just need to recognize that not all products are going to behave the same, and need to be careful with those labels. Of course, scouting regularly is going to be important. We want to keep pest thresholds in mind, obviously not wanting to spray if we don't have to spray, but not wanting to miss the boat if we do. Early pest removal as a general rule of thumb is always going to be the best when you're within threshold, I should say. And of course, back to that label comment, really understanding the mode of action, how these pesticide products are working is going to be advantageous for you, and better to sort it out now and have some of those things in your mind before you're filling the sprayer. And beware of resistance. And then with that, sort of the best piece of information that I can leave with you or homage is just a little bit of good luck. So I wish you great luck if you're planting in 2023 or you're advising in 2023. Thank you to each side of what you do, but I hope that your 2023 is great and that your pulse crops are happy, healthy, and have just the right amount of moisture. All right, thank you.
Thank you for that update, Sarah. Are there any questions? Please either approach the mics on the floor, or for our virtual attendees, post your questions in the question panel.
Trent, there is a question online. Has there been any research done on focusing on calcium in the soil to control Aphanomyces?
Ooh, I might leave this one a little bit. I'm not sure if it's going to be covered in another talk today. Okay, it is going to be covered in another talk coming up shortly. So I believe a little bit, but I'll leave it there. And if you have follow-up questions, Michelle will cover those. She's going to talk about some of the ongoing research with Aphanomyces root rot. But great question.
Thank you. Before I turn things over to Laurie Friesen to walk us through some interesting pulse varieties, I want to share some updates on SPG's new vision for pulse breeding. In 2022, SPG launched a new vision for pulse breeding in Saskatchewan, including one new breeding partnership with Lima Grain. We have talked about a new approach for breeding at our grower meetings for a few years now, and we want to provide an overview of what is new and what is changing. As we talk with farmers about this new approach, oops. Am I good there? As we had talked with farmers about the new approach to breeding, We often get asked, why can't we just keep the old model? Here's some background to those questions. The CDC and SPG have had a long partnership in pulse breeding over the past 20 years. Got mixed up. Sorry, guys. Our latest breeding agreement with CDC started in 2005 and ran for 15 years. As part of that agreement, SPG provided large amounts of funding to the CDC, and SPG received exclusive access to the varieties from the program. SPG commercialized those varieties royalty-free. SPG wanted to continue with the previous model, but CDC informed us that they wanted to move to a different model. They wanted a model with multiple funders to generate revenue from new varieties through royalties. Knowing the existing model would not be possible, our board looked at what SPG's role in breeding for the future should be. With the old model not possible, we established a new vision of SPG's role in breeding. We want growers to have access to the best possible genetics. SPG will work with multiple public and private breeding organizations. This new approach will seek to attract new investment and additional pulse breeding capacity for Saskatchewan producers. The SPG board established a couple of principles to guide new breeding partnerships. The first is taking an investor mindset. If SPG is to invest upfront grower levy dollars, and if growers will pay royalties on varieties, then a portion of those royalties must flow back to SPG. The second is value sharing. We want to ensure seed is priced reasonably and avoid having most of the value captured in the cost of the seed. In July, we were excited to launch our first new breeding partnership under the new vision with Lima Grain, which is a major breeder and seed company. As a result of this partnership, new investment and additional pulse breeding program have been attracted and built in Saskatchewan. Lima Grain is focusing on pea and lentil breeding and is based in Saskatoon. Both SPG and Lima Grain are contributing funding and germplasm to this collaboration. They are focusing on the highest priorities for growers with speed and commercial focus. These priorities include root rot resistance and herbicide tolerance. Varieties will be commercialized through seed companies and will be royalty bearing, including royalties on farm saved seed. All existing varieties already released will remain royalty free. New varieties will be commercialized in a different way through seed companies and with royalties on all acres, not just certified seed. It will be each grower's choice whether new varieties offer enough benefit to switch or to continue growing existing varieties. The intent result is to make larger and faster genetic gain in pulse varieties for the benefit of the grower. We also think this new model can deliver larger gains in yield and advancements in root rot resistance and herbicide tolerance. SPG expects to have additional new agreements, including one with the CDC in the future. We are excited about the new vision for pulse breeding and the benefits to pulse growers from new and improved varieties. Next up, we have a presentation surrounding SPG's right genetic, right place portion of the R&D strategy. SPG's new regional variety trial portal and the Pulse Quality Program provided by Lori Friesen, Seed Program Manager with SPG. Lori handles variety commercialization as well as coordinating the Saskatchewan soybean and pulse crop regional variety trials. Welcome, Lori.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me here today. So, right genetics in the right place. Right genetics is in the right place is an SPG initiative that the goal of it is to equip growers with information on region-specific performance of varieties, and this allows for informed decisions in making those decisions. As you probably know, there is a plethora of varieties that are out there to choose from. And in fact, there is 21 yellow pea varieties shown in the SAS Seed Guide. And in 2022, there were 15 different small red lentils that were grown in Saskatchewan. So which one is best for your farm? So regional variety trials does provide the best source for data to see comparative yield potential among varieties. So crops are tested in diverse locations, and it does show adaptation by region with the opportunity to compare performance at specific sites. And this produces a lot of data. And the stars on the map there show all the different sites that the various crops are tested in. So there are several tools available to growers. The SAS Seed Guide is the most commonly used tool, and it's a great way to compare variety performance. In this data, the data is means that is collected over years and sites, and it's generally grouped into just two groups, generally by soil zone or region of the province. So while this is a great way to get that information, it does not provide specific data at locations and allow the grower to see consistency of performance over years, or to compare how varieties perform under ideal versus challenging conditions. So therefore, we started an RVT, or Regional Variety Trial Portal, and this provides data across locations and years. It includes up to 13 years of data, and depending on how long a variety has been tested, and as well as it's updated annually. So varieties must have a minimum of 3 years of data to be included in the portal, just to make sure there's enough data to draw any conclusions on. And this represents 6,500 data points from 36 locations for 133 varieties of peas, lentils, and chickpeas and faba beans, and can be accessed on any device. So how do you find the portal? Well, there's 2 locations on our SPG website to click on. One is in the top right-hand corner, the orange box, or at the very bottom in the small white print on the black, where you can compare pulses by region. So you can select the crop that you want, and this will show locations on a map. And from there, you can access yield of varieties that were grown at the selected location. A very useful function is the compare varieties. Click on that one, and then select a crop and a market class that you want to look at. Then you can select up to 5 varieties in the drop-down menus. You can select up to 3 locations, and this will bring up a graph that shows comparative performance of your selected varieties at the selected locations. And this is by each year, so then you can toggle down through the different years and see how those comparisons change. You can also select whether you want to see the data in kilograms per hectare, pounds per acre, bushels per acre, or percent of check. And then if you scroll down, you'll see a line graph that shows the relative performance over years of those varieties. And this is really valuable because you can see whether one ranks better than another one consistently. In this case, you can see that the small red variety CDC Nimble was higher yielding than the other two, except for in 2021 during the drought, and maybe it didn't fare quite as well under those conditions. All right, just to talk a little bit more about some of the varieties out there. So with peas, well, 80% of acres were planted to 8 yielding varieties. And this graph shows the acres per variety of 6 of those varieties from 2016 to 2022. So CDC Meadow continues to be the dominant variety despite its lower yield potential. Now I know that some growers like the earliness and good seed integrity of this variety. However, some of the new varieties do have more to offer. So acres of meadow are steadily decreasing, and that is the blue line at the top. And varieties that are gaining acres include CDC Inca in the yellow line, CDC Spectrum in the green line, and AAC Carver in the dark blue line. A newer variety, AAC Chrome, and that's the orange line at the bottom, is very new, and it is rapidly gaining acres as seed becomes more available. So there's quite an impressive lineup of new varieties and upcoming varieties. And the top 4 there on the list are ones that have certified seed available. And then the bottom 5 are ones that are up and coming and should have seed in a year or 2. When we did a statistical analysis of long-term data just to show the ranking, there were the top ranking varieties included that variety AAC Chrome, which is very strong, as well as 3 new varieties, and these were CDC Tollefson, CDC Citron, which is very new, and CDC Hickey. The dominant variety CDC Meadow, as you can see, ranks near the bottom for yield. So site-specific recommendations are very complex. There are multiple strong varieties that tend to shuffle between the top positions depending on year and location. Ranking of varieties is often dependent more on weather than it is location. So you almost need to predict the weather in some locations to determine which will be the best variety. The data is further complicated in that newer varieties have less data than ones that have been in the testing system longer. And not all varieties are tested at all locations or all years, depending on the year they were in the trial. However, we do see some trends. AAC Chrome ranked in the top 3 in 5 out of 9 sites. And also CDC Tollefson ranked 1st or 2nd in 4 out of 7 sites. And these sites showed a broad geographic range, which means is a good indicator of yield stability. And most varieties were all statistically higher yielding than CDC Meadow. In green peas, there were 6 green peas that compete for 98% of the green pea acres in Saskatchewan. CDC Forest, and that's the dark blue line, continues to increase year over year due to its strong yield and is the dominant variety. Old variety, CDC Striker, which was the dominant variety for quite a while, is dropping steadily, now occupying only 8% of acres. Varieties CDC Greenwater, the orange line, CDC Razor, the yellow line, CDC Limerick, the gray line, and CDC Spruce, the light blue line, all had rapid uptake, but are now decreasing in favor of CDC Forest. When you look at the statistical analysis of the data long-term, the top ranking varieties include the brand new variety CDC Husky. You won't see this one for a while, but it is one to look out for, extremely high yielding. And then CDC Forest, CDC Rider, another new variety, and CDC Spruce all ranked near the top. The older varieties that were previously dominant, CDC Striker and CDC Razor, are ranked near the bottom for yield. So in lentils, nearly 80% of red lentil acres were seeded to 3 leading varieties. So CDC Maxim remains the dominant variety despite its lower yield. However, acres are steadily decreasing in favor of CDC Impulse and CDC Proclaim. And these 2 varieties represent about a 6 to 8% yield advantage versus Maxim in the southern part of the province. Also, CDC Impulse ties first place of the Clearfield varieties with the new variety CDC Nimble. So conventional variety CDC Red Moon continues to be the highest yielding non-Clearfield or highest yielding small red lentil and yields 114% of CDC Maxim in the south. Uptake has been slow due to the lack of IMI tolerance. However, growers are starting to see the value of this variety despite its lack of herbicide tolerance, and that is the the yellow line at the bottom. I had to make sure I had the right line. That is just slowly increasing, but I think this is one that should be considered. We conducted a variety showcase at Pertuic Seed Farms in 2022, and the yield of Red Moon was 26 bushels per acre versus 22 for Impulse, 18 for Proclaim, and 10 bushels per acre for Maxim. In long-term statistical analysis of the data, there were the 3 top ranking varieties were all conventional types with Red Moon at the top. And these were then followed by 3 Clearfield varieties, Impulse, Nimble, and Proclaim. And if you look, the dominant variety, CDC Maxim, ranked near the bottom for yield. There are a number of trends in yield performance with CDC Red Moon again ranking first or second in 7 out of 10 sites. And CDC Impulse also ranking second or third in 7 out of 10 sites. Again, this is over a broad geographical range from rostern to swift current, showing very good adaptation to multiple conditions and good yield stability. And most of the varieties were statistically higher yielding than CDC Maxim, CDC Dazzle, or CDC IMAX. In large green lentils, there are 4 varieties that compete for about 85% of the acres. Again, we have a dominant variety, CDC Green Star, which is the blue line, and it's just recently starting to decrease in terms of acres, with acres going to CDC Lima, which is a newer variety that is Clearfield, or has a Clearfield trait. The CDC, or acres of CDC Greenland and CDC Empower are also decreasing in favor of this newer variety. So on the ranking of data, CDC Green Star ranked at the top for yield. And the Clearfield variety CDC Lima and a newer one called CDC Grim rank closely together in second and third. CDC Green Star is the most consistent large green lentil, having the highest yield at most of the sites, again over broad range, ranking first or second in 8 out of 9 sites. So very consistent. CDC Lima, the top ranking Clearfield variety, ranked second or third in 7 out of 9 sites. So again, very good, consistent, high yield. And most varieties were statistically higher yielding than CDC Empower or CDC Improve. Now, just moving on to chickpeas. There are several new high yielding Kabuli chickpeas available, and all are tolerant to solo ADV Amazomox herbicide. And these include CDC Lancer, CDC Orkney, and more recently CDC Pearl, which is a little ways off, still under seed multiplication. So yield ranking puts CDC Orkney at the top in the brown soil zone, and CDC Lancer took top spot in the dark brown soil zone. So CDC Lancer yields 112% of the Czech Amit in the brown soil zone and 105 in the dark brown soil zone. Has a seed size of 350 grams per 1,000 seed and is about 2 days earlier. And certified seed is available of this variety. CDC Orkney yields 111% of the Czech Amit in the brown soil zone and 109% in the dark brown soil zone. And in 8 years overall, it ranked in first place for yield. Has a seed size of 355, and certified seed is anticipated for 2024. So I think this is going to be a very strong variety. All right, just a few words about the pulse quality program. So SPG initiated this program to determine the effects of genetics and environment on pulse quality traits. This project is in progress, and it utilizes samples from the regional variety trials in order to develop a robust data set from multiple years, varieties, and locations. And this equates to about 2,500 to 3,000 samples per year. So many quality traits do differ significantly among varieties. In this example, this data was provided by Pulse Canada. Protein in yellow peas showed 3 varieties with higher protein, including AAC Deli, AAC Profit, and CDC Luachco. And there are some companies that are specifically targeting grain from these 3 varieties because of their high protein. Janelle Carlin from Pulse Canada also provided this slide. And this shows the effects of different factors on those quality traits. The largest factor influencing, in this example, starch and amylose in peas is actually where it was grown, which is the yellow portion of these 2 different charts. Next is variety in navy, in the navy colored, and then in the green is the combination of genetics by, or variety by location. And so therefore we need a long-term robust data set that can be used by end users to target varieties and environments, and also understand the effect of environment on these traits to best suit their needs. And the project includes seed characteristics, nutritional composition, and functionality traits that are important for ingredients and end-use applications. And with that, thank you for your attention, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you for that update, Lori. If you have any questions, either approach the mics or post your question in the question panel.
Hello, everyone. Could you address the, let's call it the meadow effect? Like, why are we stuck in these old varieties? Or like, is there any kind of research, or like, how would we go about that? On all your slides, the one that's used quite often is not the best, or you know what I mean? It's fairly often poured down the list. I guess I'm just curious, like that, just the meadow effect, if you could address that a little more.
Yeah, you know, and I guess it surprises me as well. I'm not sure exactly, you know, I suppose some growers like the fact that they've grown it before, you know, rather than taking a risk on a new variety. It's really hard to say. You know, I know that some people like the earliness of it, or they say, well, it has good seed coat integrity. And you know, there have been times where varieties have been released, and then, you know, you find out after the fact that maybe there's problems with seed coat breakage. But, you know, I think these other varieties are showing that the newer ones for sure are showing that they do have a lot of potential versus meadow. And I think it's just convincing growers to try something new.
Any more questions? Okay, we will now break for coffee. Thanks, Lori. We will now break for coffee. We would like to acknowledge FMC Canada for sponsoring this morning's coffee break. Thank you. We will reconvene presentations at 10:25. I can get everybody to take a seat. We'll fire up here shortly. Welcome back from coffee, everyone. Thanks again to FMC Canada for that. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Amber Wall, and she will be discussing novel pulse crops, a pulse for every acre. Amber comes from a mixed farm near Stewart Valley. She received her Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of Calgary and works as a research technician for Wheatland Conservation Area in Swift Current. Welcome, Amber.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm here to talk about a pretty simple project that was initiated this past year, really just to create an avenue to talk about incorporating new pulse crop options into your rotation, particularly in regions that are having issues with overutilization of their current pulses. Wheatland has been a nonprofit organization that's been in operation since 1983 and was a large part of creating what's now called the AgriArm network. There are 8 sites in this network that were all involved in this project and are spread out across the province in multiple soil zones in order to get that local and regional information, and we collaborate on a lot of projects this way. This project is specifically funded by the Pulse Growers as well as the Adopt program, which allows you to establish kind of a demonstration. There isn't a ton of research per se going on here. It's only replicated 2 times at each site. Some variables changed across sites depending on what was suited to that area, and was really just set up to see how some of these new to us crops established and generate questions and inquiries on field tours and events like today. So the objective was to provide producers with a bit of agronomic and economic information, which will hopefully lead to success with these crops in the future. And it's a good step towards integrated pest management. Some of the data being collected to evaluate treatment success were plant counts, a visual weed rating, yield, and then just trying to gather what economic information we could. Inoculant was limited for some of these crops, as well as registered broadleaf herbicides. And crops demonstrated at each site were a bit different depending on what was available, what they had tried before. But fertilizer was non-limiting and topped up with nitrogen as well if there wasn't inoculant available. There are a couple things to note for each site, mostly in terms of weather. Yorkton, majority of the plots were hailed out in July. Redverse did have some flooding. Swift Current experienced drought conditions once again. So there are a lot of things to take into consideration when looking at these numbers, especially the yield. So I've created a chart for each crop with the highest yielding site always located at the bottom, and then yield in pounds per acre, as well as the price per pound on the far right. Among crops included were lentils. This is one of the crops that's kind of for a comparison, or kind of your check variety or standard practice. We had green, red, and black lentils. The chart here is mainly for red lentils, but if it's bolded and has a star there, you can see that there was a different variety listed there. So for example, Indian Head was a very well-yielding site this year compared to the rest, with red lentils yielding about 3,000 pounds per acre, green lentils 1,900 pounds per acre, and Indian Head black lentils yielding about 2,300 pounds per acre. The rest of the sites that didn't have those adverse weather reactions were closer to average for Swift Current anyway, yielding about 1,100 to 1,900 pounds per acre. Next is field peas. We had green, yellow, and maple. Again, very well yielding at those wetter sites at Indian Head, as well as ICDC, which is in Outlook under irrigation, but still decent yields around the province, ranging from 1,200 to 4,700 pounds per acre. Chickpeas, some of these resulting yields were starting to see some of the issues arising with disease pressure and the impact that may have had, as well as maybe just not being well suited to each area. We were happy with our chickpeas in Swift Current yielding about 1,300 pounds per acre and possibly being one of the more profitable crops for us in this trial. Getting into some less commonly grown crops, maybe the wetter regions, ICDC under irrigation and Indian Head, soybeans yielding fairly well. Other sites like Redverse, Prince Albert, Yorkton, they had met the target plant population of 57 plants per square meter. So there maybe could have been potential there if there weren't for those unfortunate weather events. Swift Current and Melfort plant population plant populations were lower, 37 to 50 plants per square meter, and we can see that they yielded a bit poorly as a result of that. Dry bean, most of the sites use the variety Blackstrap. Again, there was some hail or combine issues at the lowest yielding sites. Swift Current, Scott, and Indian Head plant populations were below the target plant stand, but they did yield quite well overall, 2,700 pounds per acre under irrigation. Faba bean, this is one I'm a bit more familiar with as there is lots of research going on. It does have a partial resistance to Aphanomyces. It was fairly well yielding at all locations. We were pretty happy with this considering some of the site conditions. There are multiple markets available for faba bean to be sold back to, and certain varieties can also be sold for feed. Again, probably a lesser known crop that most of us tried for the first time, fenugreek. The variety was Canafen. Our target plant stands here was 135 plants per square meter. And other than Indian Head, they did reach that target, but the other sites ranged from about 30 to 90 plants. But it yielded fairly well, especially at the wetter sites. We had bought this seed from Emerald Seeds for 55 cents per pound, and it can be sold back to them. So there is that market, but likely still mostly an emerging market, it seems. There were some patchy areas and weed issues emerging due to that lower plant population as well. Blue and white lupin. ICDC used blue lupin as it's apparently better performing under irrigation, but Scott also yielded fairly well up there at 1,600 pounds per acre. A plant population of 45 plants per square meter was not met at Swift Current or Melfort, but even so, the yield wasn't too terrible, around 1,000 pounds per acre. I wasn't able to find a market price for lupin, but it's mostly used for livestock feed. It's very high in protein, but it can be made into a gluten-free flour as well. Mung bean was not very successful at the sites that attempted it. Emergence was fine, but some sites plots either didn't pod, the pods were eaten off, or it didn't set seed. They are known to be super nutritious, so maybe would be more successful as a forage crop. And the least successful of the crops at the sites that did try it, it did emerge. At sites that it was seeded, we targeted 45 plants per square meter. We got around 31 to 42 across sites. The pod number did vary at each site though, some were quite low. And again, it got eaten off right away. Either way, it was quite unsuccessful at this point as a grain crop here, possibly better suited as green manure or forage. Overall, this is a good starting point, but there's lots of considerations that weren't taken into account for this project. I hope to detail more of that in the final report. We're certainly not able to make any recommendations off of this data, but we do know crops like faba bean and soybean to be fairly successful in terms of yields in certain areas. And it appears that dry beans, fenugreek, and maybe some other new pulses have potential to perform well. So if you are struggling with disease on your farm, one of these may be looking into. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Are there any questions? Please either approach the mics or on the floor, or virtual attendees, post your questions. Nothing? No questions? Thank you, Amber.
Thanks.
Over the past 5 years, SPG has committed over $5.5 million in funding for research investments involving the root rot issue. This investment has leveraged $1 for every grower dollar, which means we have over $11 million worth of research underway for Saskatchewan growers. SPG recognizes the importance of the problem. In January this year, SPG announced its support for 2 additional projects, which will be start soon. These projects focus on Fusarium and are led by Dr. Sabina Bezina, at the University of Saskatchewan. In addition, SPG is leading a root rot network to help coordinate research and extensions across Western Canada, starting with the development of a root rot strategy and soon to be released rootrot.ca website. I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Michelle Hubbard, research scientist of plant pulse pathology with agriculture and agri-food Canada, who will be speaking about the current situation with root rot. Michelle is based in Swift Current, where her research focuses on anthracnose of lentils, ascochyta blight of chickpeas, and root rots in peas and lentils. Welcome, Michelle.
All right, thank you for that introduction. Can everyone hear me all right? Good, thank you. All right, so I am very excited to be here at a nice big in-person meeting and to be given the opportunity to talk about such an important issue as root rot in the pulses. All right, the clicker's working for me. That's a good start. So first off, as I'm sure you're all aware, what is root rot? It is, of course, a very serious problem, especially in peas and lentils. And it is a soil-borne disease and is caused by a suite of pathogens, which we've heard mentioned already today. And these include fungi and oomycetes or water molds. And it is widespread across the prairies. So the culprits or the causes, these are all soil-borne pathogens. The most famous of which is Aphanomyces eutyches, and this is a water mold. And it is particularly problematic because it can live in the soil for such a long time as oospores. And oospores, which I have a couple of pictures thrown up here, are thick-walled resting structures that can survive for very long periods of time. And then when a suitable host is found, they germinate and produce zoospores, or little swimming infective spores, and infect the host and then cause disease. And then another problematic aspect is when they cause disease, they multiply. And so you might start out with one oospore causing disease, and that will multiply to who knows how many more, depending on the situation. And that builds up more inoculum, which can then survive for a long time as oospores, and the cycle repeats. And so this ties back to something Sarah mentioned in her talk about thinking about the conditions when you last grew a susceptible host. So if it was wet and there was a lot of root rot, this multiplication of the oospores could really happen, and the inoculum can really build up. And that's why you see more severe root rot, or the risk of it, the next time. And then another important pathogen, or rather group of pathogens, are fungi or Fusarium species. And Fusarium is not just one entity, there's many species of Fusarium. And the pictures I have here are a couple of pictures of Fusarium growing on plates, and then the spores as seen under the microscope. And I'll return to the theme of how many different Fusarium species there are as we go through this talk. And then 2 other culprits that I'll talk about less, but are still part of the issue, are Rhizoctonia solani and Pythium species. And so the symptoms here, again, focusing on the big 2 of Aphanomyces and Fusarium. So Aphanomyces, if it's alone, which is virtually never the case in the field, but in a indoor study where you can make that happen, it causes honey brown discoloration. So the pictures I have here are from indoor studies that my group did where we sterilized the soil and then added just one pathogen. So in the case of Aphanomyces, you can see the root is discolored and kind of shriveled looking where it would have met the soil, but it's not black. And then a nice picture from Sabina Benitza, a scientist at the University of Saskatchewan, showing that root discoloration on the one side. On the other side is healthy lentil roots. And then in contrast, if you have Fusarium on its own, it leads to this black kinching at the soil surface. And as we zoom in, this is a fairly mild one. And then when it's more severe, the blackening is more extensive, and it can be even worse than what we're seeing here. Another thing that Fusarium can cause is reddening. So if you remember a slide or two back where I showed the red or yellow color of Fusarium on a plate, it's perhaps not surprising that Fusarium can, but not always, cause reddening of the vascular tissue within roots. And so sometimes you can see this if you split a root open. And this picture was provided by Dr. Shama Chatterton, a scientist with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada in Lethbridge, Alberta. And then this slide and the next one illustrate just how widespread the issue is, basically across the Canadian prairies, even up into the Peace River in northern Alberta, and that it's present in both peas and lentils. Basically anywhere they're grown, there's risk. And the weather has a huge impact, as I mentioned before. This slide comes again from Shama Chatterton and shows over a number of years when the precipitation was higher, the incidence and prevalence of disease from Aphanomyces was more common in pea. Now, a big chunk of this talk will focus on breeding, which is not my area, so I'm talking about other people's work, but it's very important and is showing some exciting progress. So first, I'll focus on breeding for resistance to root rot in pea, and this work is led by Dr. Tom Workington at the Crop Development Center at the University of Saskatchewan, and Dr. Sabina Benitza, also with the Crop Development Center at the University of Saskatchewan, and they provided a lot of the material that I'm presenting. So first, focusing on Aphanomyces, then there are a number of sources of resistance, and QTLs indicates quantitative trait loci, so basically sections of DNA. And then the pea genome has a number of chromosomes, as we do as well. And so the numbers where it says LG, those are the chromosome numbers. So the Roman numerals 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And then where the red boxes are circling, the higher those percentages, the more impact the trait on that chromosome has, like the stronger the resistance it's able to confer. But none of this resistance is complete. It's not as though peas carrying these traits will be immune, but they will have reduced Aphanomyces root rot. And so I find it easier to think of rather than, so say where it says LGIV, and it's one popsicle stick or chromosome, it's easier, I find, to think of that as chromosome 4, and then it's called AEPS 4.5. But if I just think of it as resistance on chromosome 4, that's perhaps a simpler way to keep track of it as we go through. And then here is the process that Tom and Sabina's group goes through to try to get the sources of resistance, so the resistance on chromosome 4 or the resistance on chromosome 7, two separate sources, into a widely grown line within the Crop Development Center lines. And so they do, the blue and the green stream represent the chromosome 4, and sorry, the chromosome 7 and the chromosome 4 sources of resistance and integrating it into a parent that's otherwise adapted for life as a pea in Saskatchewan. And so you can see that there's a huge number of crosses. So if we look, say, at the green, it is CDC parent by one of the resistant lines, and that produces an F1. And then it's again crossed with a CDC parent, and that produces BC1 F1. And then there's another crossing. And wherever it says MAS, that's marker assisted selection. So that's the use of molecular tools or sequences of DNA rather than growing up the plants and inoculating them or planting them in the field and looking at disease. It can be more, the level of resistance can be more quickly ascertained by using molecular tools. And this long process can be made somewhat less long. And then where there's phenotyping in the yellow-brown arrows, that's where there is field or greenhouse growth chamber testing to look at how much root rot develops on these lines. And so as a result of this work, these, again, chromosome 4 and 7 resistance was integrated. And so this graph is based on controlled environment or indoor work that was done by Sabina Benitza's group. And so in black, we have CDC meadow. It was discussed earlier, is widely grown and is susceptible. So it's used as a check. And the taller the bar, the more disease there is. So meadow is quite susceptible to Aphanomyces. And then the red bars are some other lines from CDC, mostly yellow with the exception of forest, which is a green pea. And then the sources of resistance, the blue lines, the blue bars, and then the results of the crossings are those green lines. And you can see there's quite a bit less disease, less root discoloration in those green lines. And so 3 of these were selected for further testing. And they're actually, quite excitingly, slated to be included in co-op variety trials this coming year. And so one, I know it was 3 before and it's 2 here because one of those lines has both a yellow and a green progeny that will be hopefully included. And a little bit more information about yellow or green, that's type. Leaf, they're all semi-leafless. Flower, all white. They all have good yield and they all have moderate resistance. That's what the MR means. And 2 traits, 2 QTLs. So the chromosome 4 and chromosome 7 traits. And then this is, of course, a slow process, but it could be even slower. In France, and we're benefiting from a lot of work that was done by French researchers where Aphanomyces was identified decades earlier as a big issue. And so that's where these QTLs, these traits that are carried on the P chromosomes come from. So if things go to plan and these varieties are included in co-op trials in 23 and 24, registration in 25 is possible. So that's still a couple years away, but it's on the horizon, which is really exciting. Another aspect of Sabina and Tom's work is field testing. And to facilitate this, they've set up a disease nursery in Saskatchewan. And so this, why you might ask, set up a nursery if this is such a prevalent problem. But they want somewhere reliable and close by so that it's not hours of driving to go and assess the varieties. So what was done here is they inoculated the fields. The one picture, the upper picture is like drip irrigation lines to try to, even if it's dry, to maintain that moisture that's so important for disease development, and then planting pea repeatedly, and then measuring the oospore levels. And so the oospore levels have been increasing quite dramatically from 2017 to 22. And then the image, the drone image shows work by Dr. Steve Shirtliff, imaging, and you can really, it's really dramatic how negatively the root rot is impacting the health of the plants in a field. And although this was intended to be a nursery just for Aphanomyces, and it is and does indeed have a lot of Aphanomyces, there was also Fusarium species, Fusarium solani, Redulans, and Equisetae. And that I'm not expecting those names to necessarily mean much to you, and that it's not particularly important. What's important is to realize that there's Aphanomyces, yes, and that's important, but there is also other pathogens. So if some of these lines potentially could have resistance to Aphanomyces, but not Fusarium, and then could develop root rot because of that Fusarium that's present. And here is some more images of both the severity of the root rot in these nurseries and the variability of the results. So you can see the dying plants, but then in that one picture, there's a huge contrast between healthy plants and unhealthy. And then what breeders call a mapping population, and they give it these names. So this mapping population was PR 26, and it's a cross between a source of resistance that's moderately resistant and a susceptible variety. And that creates variability that they can then use in their breeding program. And so this work was intended to see how the field nursery does relative to the indoor work, and to see how lines with the chromosome 4 and 7 resistance that we're discussing, how do they perform in Saskatchewan? And the good news is there was, as one would hope, there was indeed quite a bit of variety. That's what these sort of bell curve-ish graphs are indicating. So we have along the horizontal, the severity of the root rot from high numbers on this side to low numbers on that side, and then the frequency of these lines. So in 2021, there was 107 lines, and in 2022, 117 lines. So a large number of lines and a good range of variety. So from very severe to zeros, essentially, which is great. And root rot was rated at 2 times. And as one would expect, if you do it earlier, it's typically less severe. And then as the season progresses, it gets worse. And 2022 there was more disease than 2021, but still a very few, but a few in the 0 to 1 range. And then just some pictures showing what a 1 versus a 2, a 0 versus a 2 would look like in terms of symptoms. And then, as you may recall, I was talking about Fusarium species in that nursery, and I mentioned a few specific ones. This pie graph shows how common different species are of Fusarium. And so Solani and Redulans were found in that nursery, but not Avineasium or Oxysporum or Graminearum or Colmorum. And Avineasium is a species of Fusarium that will come up a few more times in this talk. And the point here is just that there's a lot of different Fusarium species, and they vary in how much disease they actually cause. Some may simply be there and they may be common, but they may not actually be causing the disease. But Fusarium avineasium is generally a causer of disease. And then because of that, a focus is looking for resistance specifically for avineasium. And it's much easier to look for resistance to one pathogen at a time because you can do the breeding or the screening rather indoors in pots and inoculate with just one pathogen at a time. So that's a place to start. And so here, Sabina and Tom, Dr. Workington and Benitza screened a huge number of lines for resistance and found a lot of variability. And also found that resistance was often linked to seed coat color, which isn't so great because the resistance tends to come from the highly pigmented, darker seed coat, which isn't what's desirable and what we have in green and yellow peas. So then they're looking for resistance that is independent of seed coat color. And that's the idea here, is to do a mapping population based on these two lines, the Camiero and Loechco that I've highlighted in terms of where their resistance falls, and to create a mapping population from that, and to do what's known as GWAS, or genome-wide associative studies, to search for sources of resistance and where they might be located within the genome. And so that work is ongoing, but so is work for breeding for resistance in lentil. And in lentil, more work needs to be done than in pea, because we're not able to take advantage of work that has already been done in France. So, and another challenge here is that screening has been done in Lens culinaris, the cultivated lentil variety, and there's really no resistance, unfortunately. So that leaves wild lentil relatives. And so that's what this animation that was provided by Dr. Benitza is illustrating. So we have different bars that will appear. This is cultivated lentil. And then each of these other varieties that are named below are wild relatives. And the little numbers in brackets are how many accessions or how many varieties of that wild relative are there. And so now if we look at Lens amviroides, it's probably worse than cultivated lentil. Oh no, slightly better, sorry. It has a bit more mild root rot. That, as the numbers get smaller, that indicates less root rot. And then this next one, Lens lamioite, is a little bit more resistant again, a little bit worse, and much worse. And then what we're going to focus on, Lens orientalis, is somewhat better and has variability and a number of accessions that are in the 1 range. It doesn't have zeros, but it has quite a few. And another positive aspect is, unlike some other wild relatives, it's similar enough to cultivated lentil that the crossing is not so difficult. And then another wild relative that, again, not a great candidate. So partial resistance has been found in Lens orientalis, and markers have been found successfully. So 4 regions of chromosomes where resistance is carried for resistance to Aphanomyces. And this resistance is perhaps not as strong as that in peas. So if the little column here that has R squared, those numbers are lower than in the graph, or the table rather, earlier in the talk on pea. But that could be a function, could be a function of having less testing has occurred to date. And Aphanomyces, though, is not the only issue again. Lentil, similar to pea, has a wide range of Fusarium pathogens. And again, Fusarium avineum is thought to be the most virulent, or the one that causes the most disease, with Solani, Oxysporum, and Culmorum also causing disease. But a piece of good news is there is some overlap. So some lines that have resistance to Aphanomyces also have resistance to Fusarium avineum, and that's what this green box is. So the 2 axes in this chart are resistance to Fusarium and resistance to Aphanomyces. And so things that are near the bottom of both axes have both. And then a new project that SPG is contributing to, it will involve some very intensive crossing work and magic populations, which is not my acronym, but multi-parent advanced generation intercross populations. So basically very complicated crossing, which is intended to get multiple sources of resistance into one line. and to develop resistance to both Aphanomyces and Fusarium, which is of course important because Fusarium and Aphanomyces are both found in the field. And then to look at seed coat color. So now that wraps up the chunk of breeding, except I'll return to breeding in chickpea briefly at the end of the talk. But the next chunk of what I want to talk to you about is management options. So the things in red, the strategies in red are ones that I'll talk about in a little more detail as I go through the presentation. And this is not, of course, an exhaustive list. There's other things that have been tested. But crop rotation and field avoidance are kind of the big two, the ones that definitely have an impact. So crop rotation, taking long breaks from pea and lentil, and then avoiding fields where you know you have a problem. So compacted fields, fields where the last time pea or lentil was grown, it was really bad or it was a wet year. Or where if you have some testing done where you know you have a positive or you know you have high levels of inoculum. And then within crop rotation, I and many others have been involved in work with resistant pulses. So chickpea, faba-bean, soybean, crops that have resistance to Aphanomyces, and cover cropping, intercropping and liming and biocontrol, I will touch on later. By fertilizing, I mean either things like using nitrogen fertilization or just general health fertilization. So far, the work that I and others have done have not seen big benefits for fertilization. There might be benefits, but not necessarily overwhelming benefits for root rot. There's perhaps a little bit of potential for nitrogen fertilizer, but that might just be the roots are damaged by root rot and hence unable to fix nitrogen, and so applying nitrogen could compensate for this. Using seed treatments that basically might get your seed out of the ground, but the effects will wear off as the season progresses. And the use of natural products. So far, none of those that we've tested have shown promise. So then to go into a bit more detail, this is a project that's just wrapping up. It was funded by the Pulse Cluster from 2018 to 23. So the last year was last year, 2022. It's just 2023 is just the winter wrap-up time. And the idea here was to do rotations at multiple sites where you both took a break from pea or incorporated a resistant pulse that was chosen based on the area. So for example, in my area, Swift Current, chickpea was the Aphanomyces resistant pulse. And the idea behind this was that if chickpea is present, it's not completely resistant to Aphanomyces. It could still stimulate germination of those oospores or the resting structures. And then once the oospores germinate, they're vulnerable. They're no longer able to withstand all kinds of stress. But if they're not able to complete their life cycle and multiply in the chickpea, in theory, this could bring down the population more quickly than just taking a break from pea and using, say, a cereal or an oilseed, something that's not a host whatsoever to Aphanomyces. And so this trial happened in multiple different sites, and we now have results. And I'm showing just a couple of sites as examples. So the Redvers site, this is in southeast Saskatchewan. For each of these treatments, we have disease severity at a couple different time points, and then yield, and then information about what the rainfall was like in that year. So there was soybean in rotation in this site rather, and soybean did increase yield relative to, say, so for example, if we look at the 3-year break, the yield was roughly 1,000 kilograms per hectare when it was just a 3-year break. But when soybean was included in the rotation, it was over 1,700 kilograms per hectare. So yield was increased, but root rot was either not changed or perhaps even higher, 5.9 versus 5.1. And so yeah, maybe there's a yield benefit to including soybean, but it's not a fix-all for root rot. In Tabor, where a site like Swift Current, where chickpea was included, chickpea in rotation actually decreased the yield, and it usually didn't change root rot. And the results were consistent in Swift Current. And in 2022, this past year, the disease was really high, and the trial was hailed out, so hence no yield data. Then this slide shows using molecular tools to look at how much Aphanomyces was present in the roots. And so you can see in the upper graph, that's Aphanomyces in P across the different sites. And so there's a huge amount of site-to-site variability. And then the other graph where there's chickpea, fava beans, before you, at a first glance, you might say, oh my goodness, a whole bunch of Aphanomyces in chickpea. But look at the scale of the axes. And so it's 1.9, whereas on the other graph where it's P, the numbers are like 86.6, 325. So the numbers yes, there is some Aphanomyces in chickpea, but it's not at the same level as it is in peas. But the take home from this trial is that it's a long road to recovery. Once you have oospores, including a resistant pulse doesn't get rid of them. It's not a magic fix. And wet conditions are really detrimental, but even in hot, dry conditions like 2021, we still saw severe root rot. And using a resistant pulse like soybean or chickpea didn't help with root rot. So those pesky oospores, a picture from Shama Chatterton. And the frustration of just all these things that are not working led her and her team to initiate a trial looking at oospore breakdown, where they put oospore infested root into these little bags, little mesh bags and wire cages, and buried them in the soil and put little flagging tape on them so they can find them again in subsequent years and come back and sample them and look at oospore breakdown. And the latest data I've seen for this is after 9 months, there was still no change really in oospore levels. So it takes a long time and this work is ongoing. But the point of this is, well, we know, unfortunately, rotation with resistant pulses didn't help that much with oospore breakdown. So just trying to get more information about what does oospore breakdown look like and how can we use that to try to predict which fields may be problematic, and hopefully eventually to develop management strategies that could bring down oospore levels. Another management practice that Shama Chatterton and others have been testing for bringing down inoculum levels is cover cropping or rotation cropping. And so this trial has occurred at 3 locations, 2 in Alberta, Lacombe and Lethbridge, and 1 in Saskatoon. Based on molecular work done by Dr. Jennifer Town at Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada in Saskatoon, Aphanomyces levels increased after P was included, as one would expect, but they didn't change after other crops. So that's kind of consistent with that rotation trial that I was just talking about, that one would hope after some of these other crops they would decrease, and they didn't. Instead, they didn't change. And then, so root rot there was no root rot benefit to this either. But in Lacombe, there was a benefit for pea yield if either mustard, green manure had preceded the pea, or fava bean, either green manure or seed, had preceded the pea. So this is kind of similar to the soybean effect I mentioned earlier, where there was a yield bump, but not a drop in root rot, or oat seed crops did lead to a yield. And oat is another interesting one that in my mind could work like a resistant pulse by stimulating oospore germination, but not being a susceptible host. And that's been shown in lab studies that oats do indeed stimulate oospore germination. But in the field, we haven't really seen that effect. But maybe that's why there's this yield bump. And then the more recent results from 21 and 22 were, as we're all likely aware, 2021 was very hot and dry, and this resulted in the cover crops often not doing very well, especially things like faba beans. And then very high disease pressure in the pea in 2022, and no differences between treatments. So this graph, I didn't even put the treatments on there because you can see it doesn't matter. There's a lot of root rot regardless. And even worse, in a graph I'm not showing for Lacombe, where they were all 7s, and 7 is the top of the scale where the plants are dead. Like a 1 or a 0 would be no disease, and then 7 is dead. And this graph, they're like 4s and 5s. Then another management practice that in theory sounds quite promising and exciting is intercropping, specifically intercropping with a brassica. And the theory here being that brassicas roots contain glucosinolates, which then can break down to isothiocyanates, which have that's the compounds that give things like horseradish that hot taste in your mouth. And that has the potential to biofumigate the soil and kill off root rot causing pathogens. However, unfortunately, in multiple years and many sites of trials, we haven't seen any benefit in terms of root rot for intercropping with a whole different range of brassica species, from different mustard varieties, canola, camelina. We haven't seen any benefit there, but sometimes there is other benefits, such as reduced lodging or increased yield. So I don't mean this as discouraging of intercropping as a practice. I mean that don't expect it to help with root rot. And then just some pictures of swift current intercropping trials from this past season. Another management practice that I know at least one person wanted to hear about is liming or calcium products as a management tool. And so this trial is occurring at many different sites in small plots. And these are pictures where you can, we're applying a lot of lime and you can see it in these small plots. And so why would we do this? So in sugar beets, the Aphanomyces root rot is an issue, and it's caused, instead of by Aphanomyces euteiches, the pea and lentil pathogen, it's caused by Cochlioides. But in sugar beets, the addition of lime, especially spent lime, is quite economically worthwhile, despite the large amounts that need to be applied. And it reduces stand loss and root rot. The little graph here shows increasing lime rates and root rot severity. And you can see as the lime rates go up for sugar beets, the root rot severity goes down. And it can increase yield and quality. And mechanisms why that might happen is that calcium is involved in oospore germination. So this little graphic here, the circle with a heavy black line is an oospore. And then those germinate and produce zoospores. And so that red X is a possible site of action of excess calcium, could inhibit this step. And then you need zoospores to infect the roots. That's what the next step is. And that is also a step where excess or supplemental calcium could inhibit the process. And the addition of liming for the management of clubroot of canola is also a subject of study. So liming could have other benefits within a rotation as well, if it's shown to be doable and worthwhile. So the trial that I and Shama and some others are involved with involves multiple liming products that range from hydrated lime, which is quite powdery and increases the pH and calcium levels quickly, to ground limestone, which is more slow release, but also less powdery and difficult to apply. And then spent lime, which is what's used in sugar beets. And it also raises soil pH and is a byproduct of sugar beet processing, which is why it's perhaps economically viable in sugar beet growing areas. And then gypsum, which is a source of calcium, but doesn't have as strong an effect on soil pH. So in 2021, Shama's group undertook some micro plots. So these are plots that you can see, as you can see from these pictures, are literally micro. They're like buried pieces of piping in the ground. And then within those piping, lime was added to the soil. So they're very, very small, but because of the amount of lime that's needed to do these trials, and the COVID restrictions in place at the time, that's what was feasible to get this project started. And this used hydrated lime, zero grind at 4, 8, and 12 tons per hectare. And the results found, very interestingly, while the pH was increased, which is good, as one would expect, and calcium levels increased quite dramatically, again, as one would expect, and to a lesser extent with the zero grind, the ground limestone compared to the hydrated lime. What was really interesting is the effect on root rot. So on the rating for that honey brown discoloration, there was a decrease for the hydrated lime, but there was an increase in the root rot that visually looked like it was caused by fusarium. So hard to say if that's really a positive or a negative. Overall, it may not be getting us any farther ahead. And so then in 2022, we were able at many different sites to undertake small plot trials. So these were 7-meter squared areas where the lime was applied. So it's still not a lot, but because of the volume of lime we had to apply and the way we were doing it by hand with like a little push fertilizer spreader, so not a way that any of you would ever do it, but the way we were able to do it at the time, we were just limited in how much space we could do. And we found that there was no impact on disease severity. And that's what this slide is showing, that the root rot ratings on a numerical scale aren't that different if you look at any given site. So say if you pick Swift Current early in the season, 2.8 roughly with there was no product, and the same or even slightly higher, but not significantly so with some of the products that were applied. And the story is kind of similar for all the other sites, that sometimes there's a small decrease, but not consistent or significant. What was interesting here, though, is when molecular tools were used to look at what pathogens were present, there was no difference in Aphanomyces. There was a huge amount of variability. So perhaps if there was less variability in the background, maybe it would be statistically significant, but in this case it was not. But there was a decrease in Fusarium redolens, which is interesting. So, and seems almost contradictory to the microplot trial. So, but very interesting and merits more work. And then we looked at heights of the plants in Swift Current and found that gypsum, the calcium product that didn't have as strong an impact on pH, actually increased heights and changed the appearance of the plants. I don't know how this picture really appears on the screen. I don't find it very obvious on the screen, but when you are actually in the field, the gypsum plots were taller, but also just much greener and looked much healthier, but didn't have a significant difference in root rot. And pH was, as one would expect, altered by the limestone products, and especially near the soil surface. And this leads me to another project that's just going to be starting in the next couple years with Dr. Barbara Cade-Menon in Swift Current. And this project will look at liming and not just root rot, but expanding to look at how it impacts pH, how it interacts with nitrogen fertilizer, which can be acidifying, and how it impacts nutrient availability and soil health more broadly.
Michelle?
Yes.
You have just a few minutes left.
All right, well, I am almost done. So these graphs show that pH effect at the soil surface, the impact on phosphorus availability. So any of the liming products had an impact. The impact on nitrogen availability, kind of variable. And then my last couple slides touch on root rot of chickpea. So root rot in chickpea is not such a severe problem as in pea and lentil, but it is an issue. And what species are causing it was relatively unknown prior to work by Dr. Benitz's group in 2021 and 2020, where they found that fusarium species are very prevalent, but also Verticillium dallii and a few other species. And they then isolated some of these pathogens and found that some, but not all, Fusarium avineseum species caused a lot of root rot, as well as, again, Verticillium dallii and Fusarium culmorum. And the purpose of this screening is to lay the groundwork for breeding against which pathogens are important in a Saskatchewan context. So here, some Desi and Kabuli chickpea accessions were screened for resistance, and a lot of variability was found. And plans include testing without the seed coat to look for seed coat color independent resistance, and then to identify sources of resistance that can then be used in breeding by Dr. Buniman Teran, the chickpea breeder at the U of S. And so then to wrap up, some future directions. Breeding, of course, will continue to be important. Liming is intriguing. Perhaps biocontrol. This graph here shows some work my group has done on the metabolites associated with Aphanomyces root rot and a biocontrol bacteria, and how similar, how the infected plants are quite different from uninfected, but then the presence of this biocontrol bacteria brought the metabolites to a level that was similar to uninfected plants. And that's exciting as it might shed light on biochemically what's involved and lead to perhaps new control options. And then my almost last slide is take-home messages that root rot remains a very serious problem. And there's a lot of hard work over many years to develop resistant varieties, and when they do come out, that we want them to last. So that's another topic that merits a lot of thought and work in the future, is how do we prevent the pathogens from just overcoming the resistance, and to use long rotations and avoid fields where you know you have a problem, to avoid issues like what's shown in these pictures. And then I would like to acknowledge Saskatchewan pulse growers, as well as the many other organizations that have funded this work and made it possible. And then encourage you to take part and sign up for surveys for this coming season that will contribute to both root rot work and other important work. And then I will be happy to do my best to answer any questions should you have them.
Thank you for that very interesting presentation, Michelle. Are there any questions? Please step up to the mics or put it into the question panel on the.
Somebody has to ask a question. Michelle, would you like to comment when the partial resistant peas become available, how stringent is the stewardship going to have to be around that technology? And Yeah, I guess just comment on what you expect that might look like.
That's a good question. I need to go to the mic, don't I? Or you can't hear me. That's an excellent question. And one that I don't have a great answer for, other than that we will all lose out if it's lost. If you think of all the years of work that goes into it, and then if it's lost within a couple years, that will be a big loss to us all. But I don't really have great answers about what would be the best way to steward it. If it maybe is used in combination with still having to stick with long rotations, or perhaps other management practices, if any are ever found to be truly helpful, if we can combine them. I really don't have a good answer, except that I think it's something that an area that we all need to think about, and perhaps for further research or for input from growers about what you think, or how would you see yourself using these tools when they do come out.
We have quite a few online questions, so we'll see how many we can get through. Does seed treat help suppress seed rot?
Oh, okay. I can't see who's asking the question, but I guess that's not important. The question was, does seed treatment help suppress seed rot? And absolutely, it does. Very dramatically in chickpea, as Amber saw around Swift Current, and as I've seen many times in indoor trials with soil from Swift Current, without a seed treatment, chickpea doesn't germinate, basically. Even if it doesn't have ascochyta blight, there's other organisms in the soil that rot the seed. Then for pea and lentil, yes, it can help with emergence. I haven't seen the same kind of dramatic examples as I've seen with Kabuli chickpeas and Swift Current. That's just what I'm most familiar with, but absolutely it helps with emergence, especially if it's cool, wet seeding conditions. But seed treatments wear off after a few weeks, and so they don't help after that point.
Okay, we have another question. Lime application and boron shows any possible impact on management of Aphanomyces root rot? And if so, how much lime and boron should be used to combat?
Okay, so the question was about lime and boron, and I'm not aware of any work with lime and boron in combination. The lime rates we were using were 15, 11 point something, and 8 or so tons per hectare. And that's in the small plot work. So, and the jury's still out as to whether that was really effective or not, perhaps under more moderate disease pressure as opposed to severe. And then in combination with boron, that's, as far as I know, an open question.
Okay, we have another online question. Does mustard root exudates have any impact on Aphanomyces root rot management? Is there any research going on in the province?
Yes, so root rot and mustard root exudates, there has been research going on in the province, both mustard as an intercrop and mustard as a rotational crop and mustard as a green manure, and it hasn't helped with root rot. In theory, it could or should, like the exudates could inhibit, especially after oospores germinate, it could inhibit them, but in the field that has not, it hasn't resulted in less root rot. There was that one example I showed in my talk about Lacombe pea yield being bumped by following a mustard green manure. So the yield was up, but the root rot was not down.
They would like to know how much lime was applied.
All right, I just answered that, but I'm happy to tell it again or to type it out in the questions later. It was 14.8, 11 point something, and 5 point something tons per hectare.
And the last question, The role of bacteria metabolites in management of Aphanomyces root rot. Which species of bacteria did you use in the study?
Good question. I believe it was a Bacillus subtilis, but I will have to look that up to be confident. And it was a species, what I can tell you is it was a species that was isolated from pulse fields in Saskatchewan by Dr. Zakir Hussain, who's a biologist in my group, that back in 2016, he did some field surveying where he'd look for patches within fields that were healthy when in a diseased field, and then isolate endophytic, so growing within the roots, or rhizosphere, growing on the surface bacteria, and then screen a very large number of these bacteria for their potential in biocontrol. And so the one in that study was one of our top candidates, the ones that performed the best in his work. And so I can look it up, which species it was.
We actually have one more question. This will be the last one. The product called Must Grow is focused on killing root rot and clubroot spores. What are your thoughts on this product? Is it going to do what it says, or is it going to sterilize the soil of all microbes?
Or is it going to do neither? In the trial that I've seen, it didn't do much, but we didn't look at whether it was sterilizing the soil of all microbes. It just didn't decrease root rot.
Awesome. Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you.
That concludes our morning sessions. We have a wonderful lunch prepared by the staff at the Atlantis Hotel. Lunch today has been sponsored by Curtiva, so we wanted to thank them and invite them to the podium to say a few words before we break. Curtiva Territory Manager Clint McConaughey, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. My name's Clint McConaughey. I'm the Retail Territory Manager for the Regina area. We're happy to be here and happy to announce that we're launching a new pulse fungicide, soft launch for 2023 called Zytigo PRM. It's a broad spectrum fungicide that will offer excellent broad spectrum control in diseases in your pulses. The neat thing about Zytigo PRM is that it contains the Adavelt active, and this is a novel group 21 active ingredient and a novel group 21 fungicide group. This is going to offer suppression in anthracnose on the 2023 label. There will be a label expansion going into 2024 to include peas and chickpeas. It will be available in very, very low quantities this year. We'll be trialing it with select cooperators and retails, but please do try to get out to any types of tours that you can where we're going to be on ground and see how it works. And please do contact your retailer of choice to inquire about the product. Any questions, I'll be just the back of the room here over the lunch hour. And again, enjoy lunch and thanks for having us.
Okay, everyone, enjoy your lunch. Please note if you requested a special dietary meal, the staff at the buffet will be happy to help you. We will begin our presentations again at 12:15. Our next presentation is focused on aphids, presented by Ning Zhou, a research technician at the University of Saskatchewan. Ning works as a part of a team conducting research on the management of insects in agricultural systems. A particular focus is vector biology and insect ecology. Welcome, Ning.
Hello, everyone. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ning, and from Dr. Sean Prager's lab. Today, I'm going to talk about economic injury level and economic threshold for pea aphid management on lentil and faba bean. So, first, from the picture here, you can see it's a nice and healthy looking lentil field from far. However, if you bring your sweep net and doing a field scouting in early August, this is what you can find in per sweep net. Boom, tons of aphids. So aphids are teeny tiny insects and are not very visible until you take a closer look. Pea aphid is a piercing and sucking insect, which means the mouth part of the aphid will inject into the leaves and then sucking the nutrients out from it. And if you take the leaf and do a cross section and place underneath the microscope, then you can see the mouth part actually inject into the phloem and then taking all the nutrients. So in lentil, aphids love developing pods or those soft flower tissues. It usually causes the flower aborted before it develops into pods. So in other words, you are losing the yield before you can notice any damage by eyes. So aphid has both sexual and asexual reproductive phases. What really causes problem in Saskatchewan is their asexual growth ability. The graph here shows the aphid population changes in lentil over time in 2019. We have around 300 aphid per sweep in late July, and the population increased to around 700 aphid per sweep within just 10 days. Here is what have happened. If you control the aphid at low aphid pressure somewhere in like late July, and then versus you just letting the aphid population build up in the field. In a high pressure side, the untreated control side, you can see the aphid actually act as a natural desiccant and then crop mature way earlier versus the steel green insecticide treated plots. Similar on faba bean, pea aphid can result in a growth termination and potential death of the faba bean plants. It worth to mention that as a post-crops season may connect it in the certain areas when the lentils start senescing and reaching to maturity, and pea aphid tend to forming wings and leave the lentil plants migrate to faba bean, which the faba bean is at vulnerable timing due to their longer time to mature, and they are still green when the lentil were getting mature. So aphid is also a vector of more than 30 plus viruses. On the right-hand side here is pea plants infected by the PC bone mosaic virus, which is one of the viruses carried by the aphid as well. And then we noticed like several places in Saskatchewan has already occurred some viruses carried by the aphid. And one of our master students are working on the aphid transmitted virus on pulses, and then she will bring further information to you guys. And we would be happy to receive samples and identify them for you if you notice or found any virus looking plants in your field this summer or the coming summer. So the question comes to how do we control these ugly aphid? Besides the fundamental things we could do, such as crop rotation, we do have some fungal pathogens which can infect the aphid, and predators such as lady beetle larvae and lady beetle and lacewings or parasitic wasps. However, biological control are restricted to specific environmental condition and become limited once an outbreak of pea aphid occurs. So the primary tool for us in Saskatchewan are still chemical control, but we are also facing the issues such as insecticide resistance and insecticide residuals, or if you spray too early and then the pest reoccurrence like in the field. So this leads us to the question, like how to determine whether or not we need to spray insecticide and when is the best timing, how to make the determination based on input costs, PFA population. So here is a scenario. First, so if the cost of control is higher than the insect damage, or the yield losses caused by aphid, you are spending more money than necessary to put into the crop. And on the other hand, if the cost of control is less than the insect damage, then that means we are spraying too late. There are already yield losses caused by the aphid. And then to avoid either of these situations happening, we must consider the most economic timing to spray. So to figure that out, the most perfect timing, we would like to set a cost of control which is equal to the insect damage. In other words, we call it as economic injury level, so which is a break-even point between your cost of control and PFA population PFA cost damage on the crop. So here is an equation on how to estimate the EIL, economic injury level, which is based on few major components here. Most importantly, the insecticide efficacy and yield loss per insect. So to find the yield loss per aphid, we conduct our experiment in the following locations. Excuse me, nearby the Saskatchewan area, in 2019 and 2020. So we use these 3 insecticides in the experiment. So for Matador, it's a sodium channel modulator, and it's a contact insecticide falling IRAC group 3A. And for X-Rail, is a systemic insecticide, which have never been registered for aphid control. We use this because we would like to see whether systemic insecticide works better or contact insecticide works better for PFA control. And then we sprayed at the suggested manufacturer rate. So, and then for volume express, it's a combination between systemic and contact. It contain both lambda-cyhalothrin and cyantraniliprole. So we use CO2 backpack sprayer, and then also the control plots we were spraying by water. Water sensitive cards were used to ensure the consistency of the spraying. So for faba bean, we use low tannin variety, and aphid were counted on per main faba bean brand basis. As I mentioned before, instead of counting of percentage leaf damage, because if it wouldn't like giving any visual damage to us, so because of sucking damage, so how much nutrients being taken out by the aphid is hard to visualize. So we use cumulated aphid days to determine how many insects are feeding on the plants for how long. And for example here, if we have 1 aphid on 1 plant per 1 calendar day, it will be 1 cumulated aphid day. And then 1 aphid on 2 calendar day will be 2 cumulated aphid days. And then 2 aphid on 1 calendar day will be 2 cumulated aphid day. So by using the complicated equation down here, so we figure out number of aphid and time in like 2 years on faba bean. So the graph here showed different size and have different pressure over the season. So it's crazy. In a crazy aphid side, we got 30,000 of cumulated aphid days. Means in 1 season there are 30,000 aphid taking nutrients from 1 plant in a day on faba. So the graph here shows insecticide sprayed at 5 PFA densities versus yield return in 2019. So we could clearly see that if you have more than 1,000 aphid per faba bean, you will have a total yield loss. And the gap between density 2 and density 3 is where the aphid outbreaks have happened in 2019. So at low aphid pressure, no matter which insecticide you are using, it's better than control. So it's better than control. So those untreated plots, especially under the pressure of 100 aphid per plants. So putting all together the accumulated aphid days and high density and low density sites all together, we are able to determine the cost of one single aphid on yield. So in this case, one aphid on one plant per day could cost 0.00011 tons per hectare faba bean loss. So this graph here showed insecticide efficacy on faba bean. So we notice insecticide contained pyrethroid gives at least 85% P aphid population knockdown. And then to prevent them from exponential growth of population, synthetic contact insecticide has much higher efficacy compared to the systemic insecticide that we tested in our study. And we also obtained the market price from Saskatchewan Crop Insurance Corporation from 2018 to 2021 July. And then we select 3 points, the highest, lowest, and average price of the market value on crop to calculating our EIL. So, and also we got, so these are the costs here per hectare of contact insecticide we tested. And then like 51.50 was insecticide cost I found like on a Saskatchewan planning guide in controlling of all the insects like on faba bean, an average cost spent by growers. So on by putting all the numbers together, we figured like on average, the recommended EIL per plants would be around 94 to 140 aphid per main branch of faba bean. So now we have to estimate our EIL. We have estimated our EIL is around like 96 to 142 aphid per plants. And then we can use this information to determine the ET. So what is economic threshold is really like, so let's assuming this is an aphid population growth. And then once it reached to economic injury level, and then we grab our gears to spray, right? And then, so once it's over the economic injury level, it's already having the economic losses. So we would like to set somewhere below the economic injury level to prevent like the aphid population go over the economic injury level. So whenever we spray at ET as a reference, so the population will go down. That's our management action took place. So based on the economic injury level, and we use the population growth rate of aphid to figure out different lead times from ET to EIL. While scouting, like when we see like 56 aphid like per plants, let's say, this will give us an idea on how many days we have to act to control before reaching the EIL. So if it's 56, we will have 5 days window. If it's 42 or lower, like aphid, we will have a longer window to react to prevent the population go to economic injury level. So to make it visualize, our break-even point is here at the 96 to 140, and then we set our EIL here about like 45 to 67 aphid per main faba bean branch, and then it will give us around 5 days to reaching to the EIL, which the average cost will be around $31 per hectare, and with crop market value of $306 per ton. Okay. So for lentils, it's hard to count aphid per plant basis. So therefore, like we use the sweep net as a counting on we use sweep net to count how many aphid were there, like in the lentil field. We use CDC impulses, which is a small red lentil commonly grown in Saskatchewan in the experiment. In both years, aphid showed up in lentil first before faba bean, and then reaching maximum density at mid to late August. In 2019, we get aphid around we have aphid around vegetative to early potting stage. And in 2020, we got aphid at flowering to potting stage. So control aphid in 2019 was found to be meaningful to yield when population were under 500 per sweep. Beyond this point, it was uneconomic to spray from them as the damage done by aphid exceeds the insecticide ability to overcome the injury. As you can see, all the insecticide treated plots about 500 aphid per sweep has similar result as untreated control. So control the aphid population below 500 aphid per sweep net is critical. But to find the economic injury level, we have to find the lentil yield losses per aphid in a sweep net basis. So on average, we found like on average, the yield decreased by 0.0014 bushels per acre when aphid increased by 1 cumulated aphid day per sweep net. Similar as faba bean, though we have a lower efficacy of systemic insecticide, but we did see an increase of efficacy at the 10 days interval. But for the contact insecticide, they are still more efficient in knocking down the aphid population. Again, we get 3 points price from SCSE based on grade 1 lentil, and by using all the numbers, and then we get our economic injury level in aphid per sweep net basis. And the stable really matters for economic injury level, as we can see between 2019 and 2020. If it started infesting at vegetative stage, the economic injury level is lower than the later infestation on crop. So the economic threshold for PA aphid control in lentil was similar as nominal threshold we got, which is around 32 to 44 aphid per sweep. And then it can give us around like 5 days lead time to EIL, which we have 5 days to wait for the weather is suitable and grabbing our gears or all the equipment for like get on site. The economic threshold for lentil was around like 36 to 54 aphid per sweep, and it gave us 5 days lead time to our economic loss. And we estimated at average control cost of around like $27 per hectare and market value of lentil price at $540 per ton. And then, so the take-home message here is when we're making management decisions, scouting for PA aphid is critical, and it is important to pay more attention when it's vegetative to early potting stage, or late vegetative or early flowering stage of both crops, and make sure the PA aphid is increasing over time during scouting. If they stops at like value at low value, like you can just wait for a couple more days till the population start building up. And also aphid, the optimal temperature for aphid reproduce is around 23 degrees Celsius to 25 degrees Celsius. So watch out around like this temperature time of year. So they really grows exponentially. And then, so you should also be aware like these numbers are not static. So that means they do change based on following factors. If your management cost goes up or like the market value goes down, your economic injury level actually goes up. Also watch out your crop stage and nearby crops. As we know, sadly, Matador and Volume Express are pulled out from the market this year. So the alternative insecticide we have will be publishing the crop management guide this year will be the organophosphate, but like these organophosphate are very horrible to like kind of like environment, also human houses, not like highly recommended for everyone to use. So other alternatives would be other lambda-cyhalothrin or contact insecticide, silencer, or La Bamba. So these will be available this year. And then so far there's no insecticide resistance concern yet, or considering we should consider register of other product to manage these crazy aphid, and then also control P aphid at low population to avoid significant yield losses is really critical, but not too low. And then so we have to utilize the economic threshold along with other integrated management tools. Thanks for listening, and thanks for SBG inviting us for the talk, and also other people helping me to finish the project and then providing the economic threshold to everyone. And I will take any questions or yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ning?
There was a question online. So Ning, unfortunately you cut out while you were talking about systematic product. Can we get clarity on the performance of the system?
Systemic product. So we noticed the systemic product actually gave us like the efficacy of systemic product actually gradually increasing after 10 or like 14 days. But like the thing is like aphid reproductive rate is very, very high and then fast, to be honest. And then so we need a like an initial knockdown of the population at very beginning to make sure the population stays at low numbers, so it won't boost up in 10 days, so to cause a yield damage in crop. So we'll prefer using contact insecticide on aphid. Yeah.
More questions? Thanks, Ning.
Thank you.
The next session is focused on the impact of 4R phosphorus stewardship practices on the fate of applied phosphorus through the plant soil runoff water system. Presenting is Blake Weiss. Blake holds a joint role of applied research lead at Glacier Farm Media Discovery Farm and research chair at the Saskatchewan Polytechnics, and is currently pursuing a PhD in soil science from the University of Saskatchewan. Welcome, Blake.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's great to be here this afternoon. Thanks for the introduction, and really excited for the conversation, hopefully, that we'll be able to have at the end. So for sure, if there's questions, comments, feedback, that's one of my most exciting parts about participating in these types of days. That said, I'll be presenting on 2 studies from my PhD research, working under the co-supervision of Drs. Jeff Shano and Jane Elliott. And the first study, as was alluded to in the introduction, is looking at the impact of fertilizer phosphorus source, rate, and placement strategy on our crop yield, phosphorus uptake, and then ultimately mobility in snowmelt runoff water across variable topographies. And another comment, if I'm hard to hear, please just give me a little signal and I'll do a better job of being closer to the mic. So with that said, let's get at it. I do want to acknowledge, though, first of all, that of course we're in Treaty 4 territory here for this meeting. The research which I'll be sharing is in Treaty 6. And as I've learned more about those that went before us, particularly with respect to their tremendous interest in making good use of their resources, it really inspires me in my research to also work towards those goals. Now, by way of introduction, this probably isn't the first time you've heard about 4R stewardship practices, but just for quick review, we're talking about a decision support framework that's really asking growers making fertilizer application decisions to consider the right source, the right rate, the right time, and the right placement method. And really the goal is to optimize our crop nutrient use efficiency and yield while mitigating potential losses from the system. And I think this is really a shared objective, right? We want these nutrients to be used by the crop or maybe stay in the soil if we're seeking to build our fertility, but not being lost from the system. Despite this relative simplicity in this system, few studies have looked at the agronomic and environmental performance of different phosphorus fertilizer sources, some old ones that have been marketed for a long time, some newer sources under the Canadian prairie conditions. And particularly consideration of things such as the landscape or the soil properties may inform us in the particular product or combination of 4R practices that we're recommending for a given situation. So ultimately, my research is about really evaluating what I'll define shortly here as the agronomic and environmental performance of these practices. And a bit of a model that I'm proposing here, this is about as mathy as I get, but really what we're saying is the performance is a function of interactions amongst a whole bunch of different factors. So of course, first of all, the, pardon me, hit the wrong button. The 4 R's of source, rate, placement, method, and time, and the interaction of how these are applied at the individual farm level. So consideration of maybe crop rotation as the example in the image, maybe including a forage crop in your crop rotation, and these localized landscape and soil characteristics. So then the objectives of this first study is, as I mentioned, to really evaluate the performance as affected by interactions among these 4 R's and the localized landscape and soil conditions. So let's define what I mean by agronomic performance. This is grain yield, nutrient uptake, recovery, residual soil phosphorus, and environmental performance as the soluble reactive inorganic phosphorus released in snowmelt runoff water. Let's set up the study. So this is a 3-year study that was initiated in the spring of 2021 at 3 field sites, and each of the sites represent a unique landform complex position within the field. So at the bottom red star on the screen, that's in the brown soil zone, of course, 2 sites located near Central Butte, Saskatchewan. They're in the same field, common management history. One site is on an upslope location. The second site is just down the Katina in a low slope position. And then the third site, as you can see from the top red star, is in the dark brown soil zone located near Langham. This is on relatively level topography. So this, as a 3-year study, is a crop rotation study. So I'll be presenting first year of 2021 results in wheat, but stay tuned, we'll be moving to peas in 2022. The design was a 3-way factorial treatment structure looking at source, 8 phosphorus fertilizer sources and a control, 2 rates of 20 and 40 kilograms P2O5 per hectare, and then 2 placement methods, sideband at seeding and surface broadcast immediately prior to seeding. And as a part of balancing the nutrients, we had basal applications of nitrogen, potassium, and sulfur, so that we're comparing apples to apples here. The only nutrient variation is phosphorus across the sources. So what do these sites look like in terms of their inherent soil characteristics? So what I'm presenting here, you can see a number of soil properties across the top of the table and the 3 sites along the side. Focusing particularly on our plant available phosphate levels as determined by modified clona extractable phosphorus. And you can see, first and foremost, very uniform among the sites. Secondly, low levels, deficient in phosphorus. And this was chosen specifically for a deficient site so that we can evaluate the performance from adding these nutrients where we would expect to see a response in a deficient soil. There is some variation amongst the sites, of course, notably in organic carbon, especially in the central butte sites, the upslope to the low slope, where we're seeing this typical pattern of elevated carbon in those low slope positions, likely a legacy effect of tillage erosion over the years, but also differences in soil moisture dynamics and the response in organic carbon. And then the other thing I want to point out is the differences in soil pH, notably at our Langham site, where we're having their highest pH around 7.6. And this is the phosphorus fertilizer sources that we are evaluating in this trial. You'll notice that, of course, they differ in their chemical composition, as I've noted on the right side of the table, where you can see the analysis by N, P, K, and S. Beyond their differences in chemical analysis, we also notice differences in solubility amongst the sources. As an example, with monoammonium phosphate, we generally consider this a relatively soluble form of phosphorus, dissolves readily in water. Struvite, as an example, is considered relatively insoluble, and therefore we may consider it a slow release product of those nutrients. There's a couple of different categories of these products that we're looking at. So we can group them, of course, by the nutrients. So first of all, a couple sources where we're just having phosphorus in that fertilizer, an example being triple superphosphate and rock phosphorus as numbers 8 and 9 on those tables. There's forms where there's nitrogen and phosphorus together in the same product. Of course, notably monoammonium phosphate, very common source here, applied in the prairies. Number 6 is a research grade product, not commercially available, but it's MAP with a polymer coating. So similar to polymer coated urea product, the idea is having a slow release product as the polymer needs to dissolve before releasing the phosphorus to the soil solution. We have struvite, where nitrogen and phosphorus is together. Interestingly, this product has been on the market for a while, but it's extracted from municipal waste and therefore is often marketed as a sustainable type of a product. We have liquid ammonium polyphosphate as the only liquid source that I'm looking at in this trial. And then finally, 2 sources where we have nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur together in ammonium phosphate sulfate, number 2, and number 7, MAP plus micronized elemental sulfur. But again, just to note, while there's differences in the composition, all the nutrients are balanced except for phosphorus across the sources. What did we do for methods? Well, of course, essentially we're wanting to track the fate of where that phosphorus is going through the soil, crop, runoff water system. In terms of soils, it's about using traditional core sampling to evaluate residual nutrients, of course, taking crop samples for nutrient uptake, and then also for the soils, using a method known as intact slab removal, following the work that was done in Jeff Shano's lab and others of his grad students, where in the image on the left, what you're seeing is an intact 3-dimensional volume of soil that we're removing from the field, really to retain that structure of that soil. It's put within that aluminum tray for the purpose of a snowmelt simulation study, which is what you can see on the image on the right. And so critically important in this for my research, as I had mentioned, is understanding this aspect of landscape. And so importantly, I want to know about the slope of the site and what impact that might have on nutrient losses in the runoff water. So these slabs that are frozen, for the purpose of the experiment, they're set on a slope to mimic that slope from how they were originally in the field. Then we add a predetermined amount of snow. Under controlled conditions, it's allowed to melt. Of course, some of that will infiltrate into the soil profile, but the majority will laterally run off across that slab and into the pail where we can collect a water sample for nutrient characteristics. And we'll be going into the results here shortly, but I always do like to frame this within the context of the growing season, where I've reported here for Central Butte and Langham the mean precipitation and temperature over the growing season from May to August. excuse me, not surprising, 2021 was a severe drought year. We had very low precipitation over the growing season, roughly 120 mils. Let's look at the yield then. So this is 2021. We're looking at wheat as the crop, reporting our 8 fertilizer sources across the x-axis and our grain yield in kilograms per hectare along the y-axis. We do see a statistically significant influence of the yield. Notably, I want to point out the second bar, APS, where we're seeing our highest yields from the site. Generally, though, we are seeing a response to the fertilizer application. However, as an example, some of our sources, struvite in this instance, had a yield that was statistically similar to the control treatment. Looking at the Central Butte low slope site, in this instance, we see a significant interaction effect between the source and the rate. So admittedly, this is a busy slide. When you have this number of fertilizer sources, it can become quite complicated. But I guess what I want us to focus on is relative to the control treatment, we are seeing some responses according to these treatment combinations, notably with high yield again from the ammonium phosphate sulfate and a statistically lower yield from, as an example in this case, the polymer coated MAP and the rock phosphate. And then finally, the Langham mid-slope site, a significant interaction effect as well. What we clearly see here, of course, is the influence of ammonium phosphate sulfate. And let's keep that in your back pocket for later on in the presentation. And we might have some insight into why we observed that at this site. In terms of total phosphorus uptake, so this is uptake in the harvested grain and the straw. We have our sources along the side and our 3 sites. At the Central Butte upslope site, we see a significant influence of fertilizer source on our crop uptake, notably, again, the highest uptake from that ammonium phosphate sulfate source and statistically lower uptake from, as an example, a source like rock phosphate. But the trends, I should go back, the trends are quite similar amongst the other sites, albeit not statistically significant, but we are generally seeing higher uptake from something like ammonium phosphate sulfate, and some of these lower solubility sources, a lower uptake. What about the influence of placement strategy? So across all the sites that we were looking at, you can see a statistically significant influence of fertilizer placement strategy, whereby we're seeing elevated uptake from that sideband application relative to broadcast. And really this agrees and reinforces with what we understand about sound agronomics for in-soil placement of phosphorus to have that quick early season access to that applied nutrient. Now let's go into 2022. The growing season, similar to 21, a little bit better in terms of precip, but notably, especially for the Langham site, you'll see the majority of that came in the August portion of the growing season. And for Central Butte, very little in August and some heat influence later on in the growing season. So what did we see in terms of grain and straw yield? What we're looking at here, focusing on first the different phosphorus sources and then grain and straw yield across the 3 sites listed on the top of the table. What we can first see in general terms, no statistically significant influence of the fertilizer sources across any of the sites in peas for the 2022 season. However, for the straw, we're perhaps seeing a little bit of an indication of a little bit more sensitive to that fertilizer source in terms of the straw yield. Looking at trends though, instead, again with this ammonium phosphate sulfate, in general, we're seeing amongst the highest yields reported. And in fact, for the Central Butte upslope site in this year, ammonium phosphate sulfate was the only source that had a statistic or that had a higher measured yield relative to the control treatment. And comparing some of the lower solubility sources, the controlled release MAP product and the rock phosphate, generally we're seeing amongst the lowest yields. In terms of the influence of the fertilizer application rate, in general, in general, if you look at the p-values there, not a statistically significant influence on rate. However, in absolute terms, we are seeing a little bit of an indication of the yield response when we're having that high application rate. For placement method though, very little indication of any sort of response. Let's look at now, what did we see in the soil samples collected in the fall of 2021 leading into the 2022 growing season, this influence on residual soil phosphorus. And so in this slide, what I'm looking at, across the top, we have two soil test measures. On the left side, modified colonna extractable P in micrograms per gram. On the right side, anion exchange resin P, which is a nutrient supply rate over time for each of the three sites. If we look then at the influence of source, what jumps out at us is, sorry, a little sensitive on the button here. In general, we can see a significant influence of fertilizer phosphorus sources across the sites. Notably, again, for that APS, we're in general seeing the highest residual phosphorus concentration measured from this fertilizer source compared to, again, rock phosphate, where we're generally seeing lower plant available phosphorus concentrations. And the other observation I want to note is this Langham site, where across all fertilizer sources, we're seeing in generally a lower plant availability of that phosphorus, regardless of the source being evaluated. In terms of the influence of the rate in general, we can see at two of the sites, the Central Butte upslope and the Langham midslope site, a statistically significant influence. And in general, we're seeing elevated residual soil P from that high application rate. The influence of placement method, though, is not statistically significant, but in absolute terms, in general, we are seeing a bit of an increased residual soil P from that sideband application relative to broadcast, as you can see there. So now let's look at what we observed in the simulated snowmelt runoff water. This is measured in the from samples, those soil slabs collected in the fall of 2021. So we are reporting the fertilizer sources across the bottom, soluble reactive inorganic P in micrograms per mil across the y-axis. And in this instance, showing all three sites together, Central Butte upslope in the blue bars, the Central Butte low slope in orange bars, and the Langham midslope in green bars. And what we can see a statistically significant influence, notably increased concentration measured from nearly all of the phosphorus sources relative to the control, with the exception being in general this rock phosphate source here. In terms of placement method, this time comparing sideband application on the left versus broadcast on the right, and looking at the same metrics, soluble reactive inorganic P, no significant influence. However, a bit of a trend where we're seeing, no significant differences amongst the placement strategies, which is perhaps interesting as an example in the case of the sideband treatment, where if you recall from the soil results that I previously showed, in general, we saw higher residual P from sideband application. Despite that, though, comparable export in the runoff water. So the idea being perhaps there's this, again, ability of that in-soil placement to preserve that phosphorus in place in the soil relative to the broadcast treatment, where we are seeing maybe less ability of that to preserve it in place. Now, in terms of the broadcast application, we're seeing, again, no significant difference on the placement strategy, which is perhaps a little bit unexpected at first thought, but I think maybe it might be explained when we look at operationally how this treatment was done. So the fertilizer was broadcast right prior to seeding, and the seeding operation itself may have represented a bit of an incorporation event to work some of that phosphorus into the soil. And so I think the implication is perhaps if we're broadcasting our phosphorus fertilizer, any sort of even equipment operation or something that's causing incorporation of that fertilizer into the soil may be of benefit. So what did we see in terms of our yield data? So looking first at agronomic performance for the 2022 peas, limited yield response according to the phosphorus fertilizer sources. And really this agrees with what we commonly understand for peas, that they're well-known scavengers of soil phosphorus. And these results agree with previous work that's been done by other researchers such as Fraze and colleagues. So we can look at this from two perspectives, I guess. On one hand, this limited response, maybe we can view it as perhaps a bit of a negative or discouraging response. On the other hand, we can see just the tremendous ability of peas to scavenge that soil for phosphorus. And I think there's implications from a crop rotation standpoint, especially in light of the fertilizer prices that we're seeing nowadays, $1,000 per ton urea, $1,200 per ton MAP. Peas are a tremendous crop for their ability to, be viewed as a low input crop. And so that might be something of note for those looking to maybe reduce costs for the growing season. As we are on the topic of pulse crops in general, I want to pull some old data. This is from 2014 from my master's studies in soybeans, and I won't dwell on it too much, but just another data set, another example of looking at the response of phosphorus fertilizer. So in this instance, the number of treatments, just going through them in general. So 1 would be the control, then the red bar represents seed placed fertilizer application, purple being in a banded application at the time of seeding, yellow being broadcast followed by an incorporation event, and then 5, 6, and 7 relating to different broadcast treatments at increasing rates. What we can see here is a p-value of 0.12, but I think much clearer trend in terms of a yield response to soybean to phosphorus application. Notably, when you get that banded into the soil, we see the highest measured yield. So the point in illustrating this is, while we didn't see much of a response in peas in 2022, I don't think we can paint with a broad brush and say that pulse crops in general are not responsive to phosphorus fertilizer application. I think it is unique to the crop that we're looking at. Going back to the wheat yield, we in general saw this significant source by rate interaction effect. And when we think about fertilizer phosphorus, as I had mentioned when we were going through the different sources, really the plant availability is influenced by its solubility. And so variation in soil moisture status across the sites, particularly as we're moving from that upslope location to the low slope location, may have impacted that phosphorus uptake. And the drought impacts were likely observed in the 2022 season as well. We maybe saw a little bit of clearer response in terms of the straw yield, but that didn't translate into the grain yield, likely to that late season heat and moisture stress. But bringing in 2 years of data together, there's some interesting trends emerging, I think, in terms of the impact of phosphorus sources on its plant availability. So as an example, ammonium phosphate sulfate, generally high yield, high nutrient uptake, high residual P. Conversely, some of the lower solubility products like the polymer coated MAP and the rock phosphate, low yield, low uptake, low residual P. So I guess it begs the question of differences in perhaps solubility among the sources, the influence on plant availability. And then at the Langham site, consistently seeing this trend of low yield, low phosphorus uptake, low residual P. And what is it perhaps about that Langham site that we're seeing this response? Sulfur containing fertilizer phosphorus sources may improve the solubility of fertilizer reaction products due to that acidifying effect of sulfur, which is of influence and importance in that ammonium phosphate sulfate source. So we know, of course, there's an acidifying effect from the ammonia in the nitrogen part of the phosphorus fertilizer as well, but that sulfur component oxidizing also acidifies that microenvironment, perhaps improving the availability of that phosphorus. And I think it really draws home the importance that the solubility and plant availability of fertilizer phosphorus reaction products is influenced by soil pH. And I think this is quite clearly seen in the figure here on the screen. What we're looking at is pH levels across the x-axis going from 0 to 8, and then the percent distribution amongst different fertilizer reaction products. So noticeably, what you'll see is relatively across all pH levels, that bottom portion of relatively available phosphates contributes a very small proportion of that total phosphorus. And I think this does reinforce what we generally understand about phosphorus, low availability in that year of application, right? Now, especially look at the effect of that relatively available phosphorus. Where does it sort of peak? pH 6.5, somewhere around there. We see quite a noticeable drop off after that. The Langham site, if you recall, pH 7.6. So where does that fall in relation to the curve? Right about on the bottom point. And so I think it just illustrates the challenges of phosphorus fertility under calcareous high pH soils. And so I'm encouraged to hear about the study from Dr. Barbara Cade Menon, who's going to be looking at this in depth, and I'll be certainly watching along with that. But I think there are some implications for how do we manage phosphorus fertility in high pH soils. And maybe there's this aspect of having that acidifying effect from that sulfur or some other instance to improve our availability. Although it's likely to be of lesser impact, there's also a challenge of managing phosphate availability under saline conditions, as previous work has shown that the activity of phosphatase decreases exponentially as salinity increases. So the turnover of those organic phosphorus forms under saline conditions may also be impacted. And just wrapping up what I call the agronomic performance. So at 2 of the 3 sites, there's a significant effect of rate on residual soil P, and combined with a trend for higher residual P availability from sideband placement. So I think there's some implications for certain growers in the room that may be wanting to understand, how can we build our phosphorus status on deficient soils? Again, going back to those agronomic practices of rate and placement method to perhaps improve the phosphorus status on deficient soils. In terms of environmental performance, there was a significant difference of soluble reactive P export among the sources at 2 of the sites. So maybe there is a consideration of fertilizer source, especially on high risk situations. So where we are maybe seeing an elevated risk for losses in terms of impacting water quality, maybe a lower solubility source may help achieve that goal. Placement method in general did not impact the losses, and as I mentioned, that incorporation of vent drain seeding was likely to have influence on reducing the risk loss. But sideband application had similar losses despite higher residual P. So coming to the closing portion of the talk here, but just touching briefly on a second study that I have, which is to relate soil test phosphorus to soluble reactive P export in snowmelt runoff water. By way of introduction, I think we can agree that the ability to predict the fate of applied phosphorus is important to meet both these agronomic and environmental objectives. So again, balancing between selecting the optimum rate to maximize or optimize our yield while limiting risk losses. On one hand, we have agronomic soil tests, and of course we know these are commonly used as a basis for predicting the appropriate rate to apply to our crop based on the soil P status. However, previous work has shown poor relationships between these agronomic tests and environmental tests that are meant to predict risk losses in runoff water. So this can present a challenge for us as agronomists in the room, as farmers in the room. What's the best rate? What do we use as the basis for understanding this proper rate? And so I think the holy grail then would be, can we have a single test that would give us a good prediction for our agronomic optimal rate and the environmental, or the ability to predict, I guess, the risk of losses in runoff water. And so these relationships have not been well documented under the Canadian prairies. So my goal then is to explore these relationships between different STP measures and SRP and assess the influence that, again, landscape aspects and soil characteristics could have on the strength of these relationships, with the idea being, can we identify, or is there a potential of a single test to predict SRP losses in runoff water? So what I did in this study was, from the first study that I introduced, I selected soil samples from across the fertilizer sources where the phosphorus was applied at that high rate, and I subjected them to a number of different soil analyses and measurements of what's released in the water. And this is just a correlation matrix that I'm showing you here. In terms of soil measures, on the left side, you can see modified clone extractable P, anion exchange resin P, and then using spectroscopy as sort of an emerging technique for assessing plant available phosphorus status. So collecting a spectra of a soil sample. In terms of water measurements, we have what's released in the runoff water. This residue P portion is what's released in the crop residue after it's subjected to a freezing and thawing event. So we know that when those crops undergo the winter cycles, appreciable amounts of phosphorus can be released into the system. And then finally, the combined pool of those two portions. And so what I've circled for you is we saw the strongest correlation between modified Kelowna P and this combined pool of what was in the runoff water and released from the crop residue. On the other hand, or interesting to note, when we look at this residue P portion and comparing the correlations among the three soil tests. So we see for modified Kelowna P and anion exchange resin P, very comparable correlations amongst those two measures, whereby for this NIRP, not a significant correlation was observed. And so I think this is interesting when we reflect on what's the mechanism or the functions that are involved in the soil test that we're using, and then also what do we mean by when we're looking at residue P. So as an example, modified clone extractable P, anion exchange resin, these are measures of plant available phosphorus status. Okay, and so they, by virtue of how the test is done, there's some influence of either through adding acidifying solutions or a probe that's inserted into the soil over an incubation period. It's a measure of the nutrient availability. And so we might expect a correlation between what was released in the crop residue is really that's saying what was taken up by the crop and then released into the system. However, for the NIR spectroscopy, perhaps an artifact of this method is by simply collecting a spectra, we're not really subjecting it to kind of any functional mechanism that would relate to what the plant root is actually doing in terms of its influence on modifying the pH as an example, or just being in the soil in an incubation period. And so it's just interesting to see no significant difference in that portion. So what happens if we want to relate these two parameters in a regression? So the figure on the left, I have samples from all three sites color-coded, and we're relating modified Kelowna P to SRP. And when you have all those samples together, you see our R-squared value, a significant relationship, albeit weak, but there is a relationship between those two variables. Now, you probably have a keen eye. You'll note that one red point in the top upper right-hand corner of the graph, certainly an outlier, and that's driving the strength of that relationship, admittedly. Now, when we remove that point, we have no significant difference or no relationship. But I do want to note it's over quite a narrow range of soil test phosphorus values from 5 to 25 micrograms per mil. What about if we partition these samples according to our sites? So we have the Central Butte upslope site, no significant relationship. Central Butte low slope site, no significant relationship. Langham mid-slope site, significant relationship. The most significant relationship with an R-squared value of 0.66. Now again, there is that pesky outlier point there, but when it's removed, still a significant relationship observed at that site. So what did we see? Well, we saw significant, albeit weak, relationships between these two variables when we're looking at a regression and considering all sites together. The observed lack or weak relationship really agrees with what we've previously seen on the prairies. As an example, Lou and colleagues saw snowmelt on soils with relatively low STP from annual fertilizer applications had no substantial relationship. And I think that's perhaps what we're seeing in this situation here, whereby on a narrow range of soil test phosphorus values, 5 to 25 micrograms per mil, maybe it's quite difficult to see a relationship among those two parameters. However, previous work that has identified a significant relationship, it was really driven by those high soil test values from manure application in the example of the work done by Little and colleagues. In this study, the strength of the relationship was influenced by the site. Again, the strongest relationship observed at Langham. So the question is, what is it about this Langham site that we're seeing confidence or a stronger relationship where it's not observed at the other two sites. And my suggestion is we're not accounting for all the controlling factors. So as an example, topography really drives that lateral movement of water across the landscape. And soil properties, particularly the antecedent moisture, have a strong influence on infiltration. And so at the sites like the upslope and the low slope site where slope is an important factor, because we didn't account for that, maybe that's why we're seeing a poor relationship. But at the Langham slope, it's on level topography anyway. Inherently, maybe we're seeing that relationship without accounting for some of these other factors. So by accounting for these, maybe we can tighten up that relationship. Previous work has shown that the soil properties influence the relationship between STP extracted by different agronomic and environmental tests, and direct relationships between those two variables have been identified in this study, demonstrating at least the potential for a single measure to achieve both of these goals. And really, this has inspired me in my closing slide here to do some future investigation. So really, can we tighten up these relationships by accounting for some of these other controlling factors, the influence of slope and antecedent soil moisture on and fertilizer placement methods? So I'll be doing another snowmelt simulation study looking at one fertilizer source, monoammonium phosphate, single application rate, but focusing on slope. So really having a wide range of slope conditions from 0 to 30%. I really want to ramp it up and see what happens when we have really extreme slopes. Does that influence what we're seeing in the runoff water? And then two placement methods, sideband and surface broadcast. And I'll be taking measurements directly in that soil slab of moisture, modified Kelowna P, the water soluble P, nutrient supply rate. You know, if we have a measure right within that small microenvironment, can we improve that relationship in terms of what we're seeing in the runoff water? So with that, I will close here and just really want to thank the support of many of the funding agencies, Saskatchewan Pulse Growers, of course, and others, the supervision of Drs. Jeff Shano and Jane Elliott. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that update, Blake. Are there any questions? Got a quiet crowd today.
Sorry.
Blake, I'd like to ask a question.
Yes.
I don't mean it to come off as a statement or anything.
Nope.
Have you thought of going way out? And the reason I ask is working with seed growers and different people, instead of applying 40 kilograms per acre, they are georeferencing and doing different things and going up into rates of 80 and 120 grams georeferenced to bring the P2O5 level even in the soils. And I guess the question I'm asking is, are we asking the right question, and are we in my tenure at what I do, I think we figured out nitrogen, but the greatest deficit to move yields in all crops is phosphate, because phosphate makes seed. And so I asked the question, are we thinking big enough in this? Like, is that the stave on the barrel? Like, are we at a tipping point? And I just, like, you guys do the research. I just want to ask the question.
No, it's a very fair question. Thanks for asking. Couple of things, I guess, in response to that. I think this aspect of georeferencing, presumably in a variable rate application program, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? And so, yeah, on certain areas where, where really have very strong yield potential, as an example, maybe we do need to ramp up those rates to match that yield potential. And so I don't discount that, I agree. In that soybean study that I saw, or that I showed, I didn't dwell on it too much, but actually one of that broadcast rates was 80 kilograms P2O5. Now in this instance, no yield response, but again, building P on deficient soils or the influence of yield potential. So yeah,
Yeah, in the 1960s and 70s in Midwestern United States, Neil Kinsey, hands on agronomy, he figured out a tipping point to push the yields in soybeans later in the 1980s. And that's why I read his book when I was a young guy. And that's why I asked the question, are we looking at where it is, you know? And your point about acidification of the soil for availability of nutrients, that's huge. We inherently, when the smokestacks were terrible, bad with acid rain, we benefited in Western Canada. And 15 years later, after the smokestacks were cleaned up, we had a sulfur deficiency. What does sulfur do? Acidify our soils, so it benefits us. And just, there's other questions to ask around it. And I applaud you guys. I applaud everybody for doing it. But should we broaden that look?
No, that's a good point. And yeah, no, thanks for sharing, Amon. That's again what I appreciate about these hearing. You know, what are the rates that we're practically dealing with in the field? So great comment. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, we have some online questions
All right.
for you. This is going to challenge my agronomic knowledge and pronunciations. If phosphorus is only available for the first 20 some days after application in the soil, how does a person get longer action out of phosphorus?
Yeah, so I'll admit I really haven't dove deep into, you know, what is that period of plant availability, but thinking in my mind, you know, how can we utilize some of these 4Rs to influence our yield response? So again, I think of, you know, the importance of soil placed, seed placed phosphorus for that pop-up influence. So, you know, having strong, healthy growth from the beginning point, promoting rooting growth, you know, maybe a consequence of that is you're going to have a strong, healthy crop that's making use of that fertilizer over time. I do think there is also what we saw, at least indicated in this work, an influence of the fertilizer source itself, particularly with respect to your soil conditions. So, you know, what is your pH? And if you are dealing with high pH soils, again, is there anything that you can, maybe there is that aspect of acidification that could preserve availability.
Okay, we have another question. Which is better all around for the soil and plant? Ammonium polysulfate or monoammonium phosphate?
I wouldn't say inherently one is better or worse than another in terms of, you know, for the soil or the plants. I will say from what I understand about liquid ammonium polyphosphate, like it does exist in the polyphosphate form. And we know that plants take up phosphate in the orthophosphate form. And so what needs to happen with that liquid ammonium polyphosphate is it needs to be converted, it needs to be hydrolyzed to the orthophosphate to be plant available. So yeah, to my knowledge, I'm not aware of, you know, one over the other really, you know, influencing soil health, let's say. But I do know, of course, there's differences in solubility among the sources.
Okay, we got a couple more questions here. How will you calculate phosphorus use efficiency, or PUE, for your phosphorus source treatments versus control site in your study? Is there any other way we can improve PUE or different sources that have, available from market?
Yeah, great question. So, you know, in response to that, one of the other variables that I'm measuring is the phosphorus recovery. And so I didn't present it in the data here, but phosphorus recovery being when you have a control treatment with no phosphorus, and then you have treatments where you've applied, you know, by subtraction, you can look at the differences in uptake on when it's applied versus not applied, and then calculate, you know, what amount of that applied phosphorus was actually recovered or made use of by the crop.
We've got one last question. High levels of aluminum and iron in grain and straw would have any impact on uptake and removal numbers for all crops, or not? And did you ever try to correlate levels of aluminum and iron with phosphorus uptake and removal in grain and straw in your study project in the past, or not?
So yeah, iron and aluminum. I'll maybe just go back here a couple slides. Just real briefly. Because I think it, yeah. Okay, so if you can see, and hopefully the people joining in remotely can still see the screen. But anyways, on this figure here, when we think about these fertilizer reaction products, of course, on our high pH soils, mostly calcium is the nutrient of interest that's causing that fixation. However, if you do see in the top left corner there under acidic soils, and even in pH 4 or 5, the fixation on the iron, aluminum, and the manganese is the dominant factor in that situation. So I guess, yeah, particularly in this study, I wasn't especially interested in that given the kind of pH range that we're dealing with. But to the point, in terms of phosphorus availability on acidic soils, yeah, this is when you tend to see that influence of iron and aluminum being more important. Okay, all good? All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Blake. Next, I invite Amber Wall back to the podium to present on the recent lentil input study, seeding rates, and fungicide study.
Thank you. Okay, so this project is titled Agronomic and Economic Response of Lentil to Seed Rate and Fungicides. The protocol was developed by Chris out at Indian Head, and he took the liberty of sending me over his report. So the analysis, figures, and pretty much everything included here in the slides is thanks to him. The project was funded by SPG and was established at 3 locations over 2 years, which included Indian Head, Scott, and Swift Current. Unfortunately, the data from Scott in 2021 was removed due to extreme variability caused by drought and poor environmental conditions. So overall, we've got 5 site years total. So this project was initiated as a follow-up to a recently concluded research project led by Jessica Enns in collaboration with multiple AgriArm sites as well as the U of S. And that project was used to come up with a couple of objectives here. To demonstrate the effects of increasing lentil plant densities on weed population, disease pressure, yield, grain quality, and response to fungicide applications, as well as the combination of seed rate and fungicide applications. So the project consists of a factorial combination of 3 seeding rates, 130, 190, and 250 seeds per square meter. That's about 50, 75, and 100 pounds per acre, plus 3 fungicide management treatments, no fungicide applied, a single application at early flowering, or that single application at early flowering plus a second application approximately 14 days later. Small red lentils, either the variety Impulse or Proclaim, were direct seeded into cereal stubble. Fertilizer inoculant seed treatments were non-limiting and held constant across sites, and weeds were controlled for using registered herbicides. I'll just touch on a few data points today, but all of this information is within the final report in great detail, thanks to Chris, and that'll be posted online soon. Overall, plant populations were highest at Indian Head and Scott in 2022, the low and lower at Indian Head 21 and both Swift Current site years. But plant densities increased linearly with increasing seeding rate at all 5 sites. As seeding rate increased, we expected the crop's ability to compete with weeds to improve, and the visual weed ratings did show a tendency for the higher weed pressure at the lower seeding rates when averaged across sites. The sites with low disease pressure were pretty dry, so they didn't exhibit any meaningful impacts of higher seeding rates on disease. However, as expected at the 2 generally wetter sites, disease pressure did appear to increase with seeding rate. Overall, it would have been difficult to recommend a fungicide application with the exception of Indian Head in 2022, where disease pressure was still low, but the symptoms were present and the weather and soil conditions were wetter than normal. However, there was no difference in the disease ratings between the single and dual fungicide applications. At Indian Head in 2021, that's kind of the orange line in the middle there. Dry but not extreme conditions. The seeding rate effect on lentil yield was positive and yields increased linearly as the seeding rate was increased from the lowest rate to the highest. But the other sites did vary from that. Indian Head in 2022, under wet, high yielding conditions and in the presence of disease, the response was opposite of what occurred at this location the previous year, in that yields declined as the seeding rate increased. Swift Current in 2021, under the severe drought conditions, there was a marginally significant linear decline in yields with increasing seeding rate. Swift in 2022, again, drought conditions was similar. Scott in 2022, seeding rate had no impact on yield. So with all 5 sites were averaged, although marginally significant, it does suggest a slight decline in yield with the increasing seeding rates with just the way that the conditions were on these site years. As far as the fungicide effect on yield, there was a general trend for yields in the control plots to be slightly lower than in the treated plots at all sites. At Indian Head in 2022, yields were 3 to 4% higher than the control when fungicides were applied. Averaged across site, the yield response to fungicide was 2 to 3% over the control. But there were no cases where the dual fungicide application appeared to be beneficial over a single application. It is possible that the observed responses may have been stronger if scaled up to whole fields where it takes longer for the canopy to dry out. There's kind of an edge effect that can happen on plots, or in field scale where wetter area of the field could serve as a source of disease compared to these small plots. There was no overall seed rate by fungicide interaction. In other words, the lack of response to fungicide did not differ between the seeding rates, so the response to seeding rate was reasonably consistent regardless of whether a fungicide was applied or not. Rather than the highest seeding rate exhibiting a stronger yield response to fungicide, the 2 lower rates, 130 to 190 seeds per square meter, benefited more from the foliar fungicide applications. So just to summarize the main findings here, the plant densities increased linearly with increasing seeding rate at all 5 sites. Visual weed ratings did show a tendency for higher weed pressure at the lowest seeding rate when averaged across all sites. Although only marginally significant, it does suggest a slight decline in yield with increasing seeding rate. The overall response to seeding rate was reasonably consistent regardless of whether a fungicide was applied or not. And averaged across sites, the yield response to fungicide was 2 to 3% over the control. While we know that lentils can be quite susceptible to disease and the impacts can be severe if not managed, we do know the need for fungicide applications should be based on actual disease pressure and probability of response. In general, the higher seeding rates appeared to have the greatest potential to be detrimental under either very dry or wetter than normal conditions. Seeding rates of 130 to 190 seeds per square meter should be relatively low risk and considered optimal. If low mortality is expected and there is a risk of either extreme drought or wet conditions, the lower of these rates may be preferable. There was an overall benefit to applying fungicide at early bloom, but not to following up with a second application under the conditions encountered in this project. However, fungicide applications never resulted in a higher marginal profit when averaged across seeding rates and compared to the untreated control. In conclusion, disease should generally be managed independently of target plant populations. While it is reasonable to expect higher disease pressure in denser stands, even lower populations can compensate for that extra space with increased branching, prolonged flowering, thus resulting in a dense canopy with strong potential to benefit from that fungicide application. Experience has shown that lentils, particularly in wetter
years or regions can be quite prone to disease. And as we all know, failure to manage can be extremely costly. And obviously this should be strongly considered in the the decision-making process. So that is everything. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Amber. We are going to take a break now for some refreshments. We would like to thank McDougall Acres Limited for sponsoring this afternoon's coffee break. Stretch your legs and grab a drink. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thanks again to McDougall Acres for this afternoon break. If you could please grab a seat, we'll get started. Sarah Anderson is going to provide us with an update focused on SPG surveillance and monitoring program. Oh, I'm making Sarah run again.
Sorry. Thanks, Trent. Sorry, guys, I got visiting. Yeah, thanks very much. This will just be a quick presentation, kind of a plug for surveillance and monitoring. A lot of you in the room probably have been involved in some surveying projects, but just want to reinforce that they're, a really important part of industry contributions. They're where we get some of our pest forecast maps. They help guide research, as you've heard a few times today. As well as supporting those registration decisions, as well as management decisions. And in terms of new pests or emerging pests, these programs help us detect them a little bit earlier, understand new issues coming onto the forefront, and then track their development as well, just to really understand the risks and potential damage. So I'm just going to go through a few highlights of ones that SPG has in the works, just to kind of pique your interest a little bit. So the first one that's actually still happening right now is our glyphosate residue testing program led by Pulse Canada. And this is a free and confidential testing program where growers are encouraged to submit samples that received a pre-harvest glyphosate application in 2022. And really the purpose of this program is just to better understand baseline Saskatchewan levels under different environments, management conditions, and help you, the growers, assess your own individual levels. If you would like to participate, or if you're an agronomist who has a grower would like to participate, we do have some sign-up sheets at that back table, as well as some sample bags that are pre-labeled. All you need to do is fill in your crop of choice and pop it in the mail. That's analyzed by an independent lab, and we're just requesting that sort of shipment happens by March 1st rather, as the program is going to be cutting off at the end of March. A few other ones, so I won't do a dive into this right here, but if you do want some more information on our chickpea health issue, please contact our website or reach out to SPG, or Michelle Hubbard is still here with us today. So we'll be doing some surveys with that again, as well as the faba bean disease ID. So again, this is some free analysis for pathogens on faba bean samples with an independent lab. Really here, we're trying to match visual symptoms with the pathogen, document the pathogen prevalence, as well as match disease incidence with environment. So for both of these, or other survey opportunities that come along, you can scan this QR code to enroll fields directly with the Saskatchewan Pulse growers. Or if you want some more information or reaching out for in-season support for these programs, please contact SPG, or in the case of the chickpea health surveys, Dr. Michelle Hubbard, again, she's the leadership on that project. Or in the case of faba beans, it's all my fellow agronomy manager, Megan Reed. And then of course, one last plug for our provincial pest monitoring programs. So this encompasses not just pulse crops, but other crops, other disease and pest issues that might not have been related here. We do sort of work all intermingled. Ning had mentioned the virus sampling as well. So there's opportunities to participate in a wide variety of sampling programs. And yeah, I would encourage you guys to enroll as well. It's really useful information that we glean from it. And with that, I just really want to thank everyone who has participated in the past, who will participate in the future, both the growers who provide access and information to their land and management information to these survey protocols, as well as to the surveyors themselves. It's a lot of work going out and collecting those samples, and we really couldn't run these programs without you in the industry and in the field. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, for that update. Next up, we have a presentation on the sustainability of pulses and a new report from Pulse Canada called the Impactful Report. Please welcome Dennis Tamarn, Director of Sustainability with Pulse Canada.
Thanks a lot, Trent. I got a bit more time today, I guess, because we're getting caught up, but I'm going to go through this pretty quick. So I'm Dennis Tremorne. I'm the Director of Sustainability at Pulse Canada. I've been working there out of Winnipeg for 12 years. My background is in soil science. I have a master's degree there. So I've been really working in this area of environmental science and agriculture for a long time. I used to work for a hog company, and I did all their manure management for High Life for a number of years. So that was much more dirty job than I have now. And I called that more defense, and this is more of an offensive strategy around pulses. It's a good news story. And when I was working, the hog industry is all about defense and trying to make sure you're maintaining a good public image for the company and the industry. This is a lot easier to spin. Just some background on what Pulse Canada is. We're the National Association for yourselves, the growers, the trade. We see AGT in the back. I met a few colleagues there, and the processors of Canadian pulses. And we basically help companies and the industry capitalize on these benefits that we know are inherent for pulses. Like they have got a good nutritional profile, they got a good sustainability profile, they have a lot of functionality benefits. So in the field of markets, we try to diversify our markets as much as we can. We've got big traditional markets, but we want to see growth in the North American industry and in Europe. And then we also work really heavily on things like market access, transportation issues, and some of the issues around, markets with pesticide residues and things like that. So just a bit more background. We're a membership-based organization. We have 4 grower organizations that pool money from the checkoff, and on an annual basis, they decide how much money there is that they need to share with Pulse Canada for the programs that we run, based on the value that they see, that each of your organizations see. We also represent the trade through the Canadian Pulse and Special Crop Association, which has just been rebranded and renamed. And then we leverage those dollars for federal programming. So typically for every dollar we get from a farmer, we're going to be able to leverage that 1-to-1 usually. And in some programs, we get 70% dollars or 75% dollars from the government for every dollar we get in. So sustainability and pulses, really, it boils down to one thing. We have a nitrogen fixing crop. What's unique about them is it's a nitrogen fixing crop that produces starch and protein. And really, in the context of this discussion around greenhouse gas emissions and sustainability in agriculture, and especially in crop production, that it's this 5th R. Like at the end of the day, a lot of the discussion that we have in sustainability for crop production is tied to fertilizer. And the big advantage that pulses bring into that system, into the rotations, is the fact that once a year we're not putting on nitrogen fertilizer on these crops when we're growing the legume or the pulse in rotation. So that's something that we can really leverage given the context we have today around focuses on greenhouse gas emissions, whether it be from federal government or whether it be from food companies or even other markets. And so that's what I've been focusing a lot on. So actually on Tuesday, we're going to be launching this impactful report and campaign around the idea of pulses as this solution provider around sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions. And this report, I'm not going to give all the details because we're only launching it on Tuesday, but really the idea is at first we're laying out the context of, well, they really bring an advantage to rotations across the country. We've got lots of pulses being grown in Alberta and Saskatchewan, but there's also pulses being grown in Manitoba, lots of dry bean production in Ontario and Quebec. And we kind of lay out, well, if we look at 1 in 6 rotation, what are the greenhouse gas implications of including these pulses in rotation? And here's an example for Manitoba, but in Saskatchewan, it would look pretty similar, where you see a pretty big decrease. Even if you have 1 in 6, you see a big decrease in greenhouse gas emissions from all the pulses, dry beans being one of the kind of the outliers because it needs a little bit of nitrogen. So it's a really strong story. We've known this for a long time already. There's a ton of evidence from Agriculture Canada with the long-term studies they've done at Scott and elsewhere that there's a really strong story to leverage here. So we're just really got a good scientific basis to lay this out. And then we kind of nationalize this within the report. So some of the numbers we're going to be pushing out are like the entire pulse crop in Canada is reducing emissions by 3.5 million tons of carbon a year. And if you put that into context, there's the whole complex for crop production in Canada produces about 26 to 25 million tons of carbon a year. So just having a pulse crop reduces that, having this substantial pulse crop in Canada reduces emissions by 3.5. And then we lay out some of these scenarios as well on growth. And well, what if we grew our industry by 1.7 million more acres across the prairies? And what we'd see is another additional 1.1 million reduction in tons. And that's because at the end of the day, pulses are displacing other crops in that rotation that are reliant on more nitrogen fertilizer. So it's a really good news story. You can also flip this on its head. What if we lost the pulse industry? Well, it's just, the numbers are the same at the end of the day. If we lose 1.7 million acres of pulses, there's 1.1 million more tons of carbon being released into the atmosphere than what you would see with those pulses. So this is something we can leverage within government with the focus on fertilizer emissions and everything else. This is an opportunity for our industry to come to Ottawa and to go to provincial governments and even go into the private sector and say, hey, here's a crop that we need to invest in order to help us as a country meet our targets around greenhouse gas emissions. Basically, the argument is you can't really have a sustainable food system globally without pulses in the equation. And if we're trying to reach these targets that we're talking about, this is a strategy that you need to leverage, which is likely a lot simpler than trying to get a 4R strategy around getting 20, 30, 40, 50,000 farmers to adopt certain practices that are going to be limited. So this is the whole idea about impactful. The reason why we're using that term is because it's a really simple mechanism to really get big decreases in greenhouse gas emissions compared to a lot of the other strategies that might be out there, which are going to be more complicated to implement. They might be impactful, but they're not going to be simple as this. This is as simple as you have a crop that has potential to grow that will really have an impact as we grow it. More acres means a larger benefit. So anyways, that's really the story around this impactful campaign. And right now I'm going to talk a little bit about, well, how are we using this data today? We've been focused a lot in Canada, at Pulse Canada, with our partners on building data sets to help tell these stories. Something you may have seen in the past was we've been focusing a lot on life cycle assessment, and we put out some surveys a couple of years ago for pea and lentil. We just recently did one for faba bean and dry bean, where we're building up data sets around life cycle assessment to basically ensure we have enough data to be able to tell this story from an industry perspective. And so we can have enough data so that we can utilize it in certain applications. And I'll give a couple examples of that. So Europe right now has a farm to fork strategy that they're discussing. A lot of it is focused on sustainability and how do they decrease emissions within their food supply chain. A lot of that focus is domestic, and a lot of the focus is like the Europeans usually do, which is, well, how do we, can we use strategies like this to kind of keep imports of bad things out? And what we're trying to really highlight here is that the Canadian production system, not just for pulses, but as a whole, the entire rotation, especially if we look at the prairies, but even across Canada, is very, very efficient from an environmental perspective. And basically the argument is, hey, if you guys are going forward with this farm to fork strategy in Europe, you need to keep your doors open to Canadian products. Pulses and others are really going to be part of that strategy that you need to consider to achieve your goals as a European Union. If you want decreased carbon footprint of food systems, because it can't just be about local production, imports from Canada are going to be part of that solution. You could argue that for meat products, pork, beef, and grain products as well. So here, this is I'll get to what I have here. So we did a study basically with a postdoc student that I was already working with at UBC on LCAs, and she's really strong. So we decided to give her a bit of money to do some more work. And she took a look at, well, what happens when you export pulses from Canada with all the transportation of rail and shipping across the ocean, and you add the domestic production footprint of farming? Compare that to what you see in Europe and even our competitors in Russia. And what her analysis showed with the kind of data we've already built with farmer surveys like you guys, is that our total footprint, even with transportation, is lower than what you would see from a domestic production system for peas in France, or the imported product that you would see from Russia. So that's kind of how we use this data. We want to build really strong data sets so it's defendable, but we can also leverage it for this type of purpose. So this is kind of like when I think about sustainability with my colleagues, I always think of it as an umbrella strategy. Now it's not a file anymore. It's like, well, what do my market access counterparts need to be able to make arguments with Europe in this type of discussion? And then I have a market development team too, and I'll get to that next, which is if we're working with, whether it's a pasta product, or in this case, it's pork, if we're including peas within the system or pulses, can we improve that system, and can we help a company create value around providing something to a consumer that's interested in sustainability? So in this case, we've been doing some work on pork. We did a life cycle assessment with that data set we built on pulses. And we're looking at this, a system where what we would see in Western Canada, which is pretty common. If you're producing pork, peas are a pretty common ingredient. And we want to demonstrate that, well, the inclusion of peas in that feeding system for the pork production is actually helping decrease greenhouse gas emissions. And so what we found for the LCA was if we included peas in that ration versus if we didn't, we were decreasing the carbon footprint of the pork by 18%. Now, if you're looking at Maple Leaf, or you're looking at Tyson Foods, or you're looking at all these other companies, the meat industry is under a lot of pressure to decrease greenhouse gas emissions. It's been a target for a number of years. And what we're trying to do with the pork industry is say, hey, you can do a lot of things in your supply chain to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, but I don't think you're ever going to find a single practice that's going to have this much impact. So it's a pretty good news story, especially for companies in Western Canada that have access to these pulses to feed. And so we're trying to leverage that and maybe grow that domestic industry around pulses and create a value add opportunity where it's not just about peas moving into the ration because they're low cost. It's about peas moving into the ration because they're delivering some value that aligns with the company's commitments around sustainability. So anyways, I'll move on from this slide too, because this kind of ties to what a lot of these companies are doing these days, which is companies are making commitments around sustainability more and more. You're hearing about companies that are moving to these net zero commitments. Maple Leaf Foods is a good example of that. And they're following this commitment around decarbonization, which is becoming more rigorous. And there's a lot more verification of that system. And so this has been an ongoing trend. And what we're also seeing is that a lot of these companies have been using carbon offsets to help them meet these net zero commitments. So Maple Leaf's a good example. They buy a lot of carbon offsets. But I think actually this is not what I want to see. But what we've seen basically is that the carbon offsets aren't coming from the agricultural industry. And there's probably a reason for that. A lot of these voluntary carbon markets are built in a way that maybe agriculture has there's a lot of opportunity to work in the agriculture system, but there's a lot of disadvantages too if you don't have to work with the ag system. So a good example is, well, in the paper and energy industry kind of dominate the carbon offset market. And I'm thinking I'm simplifying this a little bit, and I don't know everything about this world. But the one thing that seems pretty obvious to me is, well, I could probably buy 25,000 credits from one paper company or one forestry company. Whereas if I wanted to buy 25,000 credits from agriculture, I got to find a way to buy them from 1,000 farmers. And so from a value perspective, there's loss on both ends, because it's not just the farmer that has to pay for the aggregator, it's also the person buying the credits at the other end that has to pay for that system as well. So for right now, the way the offset market exists, it's probably not taking off as much as we thought it would in the agricultural space. I had redone these slides, but I think it was after the fact. So anyways, so I think when we talk about greenhouse gas emissions in this offset system and credits and how companies are moving to net zero, there's a focus now. Initially, what companies have been doing is they've been focusing on the emissions within their plants, which are called Scope 1, and the emissions that come from the electricity that they buy, which is called Scope 2. And so in the food and agriculture system, if you're a company like Maple Leaf, most of your emissions don't sit there. They actually sit upstream in the agricultural and farming perspective, which is called Scope 3. And what's happening is for Maple Leaf and a lot of these companies that are making these net zero commitments, they're being pushed to move upstream with those emission reductions more and more and more. So this is where there's going to be a shift likely in how agricultural markets are being approached when it comes to these offsets. The traditional one has been the compliance market that you saw, which are kind of federally or provincially regulated markets, which are on the left-hand side, like the Alberta offset market that existed for a while there. It's a good system, it's a regulated system, and people have a lot of confidence in that system. But again, it's an offset system. It can be sold anywhere. So a company who's in food and agriculture doesn't have to buy their offsets from their own supply chain. They can get them from anywhere. The voluntary offset market is kind of new. It's kind of growing, but at the same time, there's a lot of risks and price fluctuations, and there's the quality of the offsets can be very variable. So there's a lot of, I think to be honest, there's a lot of snake oil that's going on out there, and there's a lot of credits being generated in a voluntary offset market that in 15 years might not be worth the paper that they're printed on. And then the Scope 3 insetting is something that we're going to hear more about, because as companies get pushed to look at their own supply chains more, this is where insetting is what they're talking about. So you're instead of offsetting where you go outside your supply chain, insetting means you're applying carbon credits within your own supply chain. So just what I'm trying to do here is giving you guys a perspective on what is likely to come in the next 5 to 10 years. People are talking about offsets, but then what's going to come in the agricultural space is probably going to be more of a discussion around insets in the next few years. So just to finalize here, what I wanted to talk a little bit is we've focused on this a little bit, and we're trying to get ourselves ready for these type of shifts. We know that there's a lot of benefit for pulses and rotation, and then there's a real carbon benefit. So we want to we're basically starting to lay out and take the first few steps on, well, what would that look like? How can we develop inset protocols and protocols around carbon for pulses and rotation? And the idea here is, again, we're seeing a lot of demand and a lot of interest in decarbonizing agriculture and getting net zero commitments. And how do we build a system? How do we build systems that create value for both the buyer in the food system, but also the producer at this end. So this is just something that we're just getting started on. We were looking at pulses and rotation, and the other thing that we're kind of looking at is, well, if that's our carbon reduction benefit, is there a potential to apply that across the entire suite of crops that are grown in rotation? So the credit wouldn't just apply to the pulse, it would apply to the canola and the wheat, because it's the whole system that kind of is driving that benefit. So this is kind of how a system would work anyways for these carbon insets. So this is an example of something that's actually happening right now, where you have input suppliers and buyers and retailers within the food system that are both making an investment in their supply chains for a 4R practice. It could be banding or enhanced efficiency fertilizers. So they're helping pay the producer, they're providing some incentives to the producers to adopt a new practice that's linked with greenhouse gas reductions. And then there's credits that they can both account for. So farmer gets the incentive, and then the credit system allows both the input supplier and the buyer at the end to actually make the claim that they've reduced emissions. So if it's maple leaf, for example, they could apply a system like this and they could market low carbon pork because they've actually tracked the system and been able to track those carbon emissions. So anyways, yeah, there's a bit more background there. So I know it was supposed to be 15 minutes. I don't even know. Amanda hasn't told me to be quiet yet, but I'm happy to take a few questions. I think a lot of this is new information. I hope I sparked a few questions anyways. Okay, someone's coming, good. I should have brought water too.
When it comes to terms of carbon credits, and that's kind of what you're talking about there, right?
Yep.
Lots of these new, so for example, the Sask Association of Watersheds, their programs, you give up your carbon credits for a year. Do you think that's a wise move, or when do you think we'll be starting to get paid for our own carbon credits?
I won't comment on that particular aspect. I think that's what we're at the end of the day, what I'm seeing, what I'm trying to say here is there's a shift that's happening. And I think what's happened in the past is the agriculture industry hasn't been at the table for the people who build these systems and protocols. And so others are building these things without having a good understanding of how we operate as the agricultural system. And there's value getting lost off the table. And I think that's why we see this kind of trend happening, and we want to get to the table early. Because in all honesty, the people who, like, we've been talking with these Veras and SBTIs, they do not understand how, they don't trust that, because it's outside of their realm of understanding. They don't trust anything. They're just like, well, we just build me something that gives me total confidence, and that is hard to do without us being more involved in the process, I think. So I think that's what we're trying to do, is like through a system like this, it allows a producer to actually get paid. Not so much for the credit, but they get paid for the practice change that causes the credit to be created. But the first part of your question, I won't be able to answer. So. Any other questions, maybe on the way we're applying this carbon report or leveraging pulses? Oh, there's one more. Same table.
You mentioned that report and that study being released on Tuesday. Is that on the Canada Pulse site, or where would we find that information for that final report?
Yeah, there will be a web page that gets launched on Tuesday called Impactful. And it'll be on the Pulse Canada website.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
So we're going to be going to Ottawa actually on Tuesday as well with some of our directors that are here today to help kind of launch that report as well. We're going to be meeting with ministers and MPs around this story as well. So, all right, everybody wants to go home, so thanks a lot.
Thank you for that presentation, Dennis. So obviously we've done the questions and everything else. So I would like to invite Megan Reed to introduce our next session and presenter. Megan is an agronomy manager with SPG, and she will provide us with an overview of reasons to consider growing soybeans.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. Thank you, Trent, for the introduction. My name is Megan Reed, and I am one of the agronomy managers with Saskatchewan Pulse Growers. And as indicated, I will be trying to convince you to grow soybeans, or at least consider them for the 2023 growing season. Do I hit the next button? I apologize. Green, thank you. Okay. So first of all, looking back at soybean acres for the last, 9-10 years, we saw a nice, adoption of increase of acres. And then in 2017, a huge increase and explosion of soybean acres in the province. Is that me making that noise? Okay, perfect, no worries. If any of you remember the 2017 growing season where I was situated in northeastern Saskatchewan, it was hot, it was humid, soybeans were lush, they were beautiful. We had a great growing season. After that though, our dry, hot summers and trending toward drought have not been kind to soybean acres, and you can see that decline happening as we have progressed from 2019 and into 2022. Looking ahead, what we really need for soybean acres is nice, humid, moist conditions, particularly at the end of July and into August. And so when I looked at some expected temperature and moisture trends for 2023, this is from the Farmer's Almanac, so take it with a grain of salt, but what they're predicting is that we will see a warm, wet May with increased moisture above average in August and September, with warmer temperatures slightly above normal in August, and then a nice dry October. So in terms of soybean production, that's almost ideal. That's really what we're looking for. And particularly when we consider the eastern half of the province is where we have most of our soybean acres, that's where this would be really beneficial to have this type of trend and try to increase that adoption of soybeans. This image in particular was taken this summer, and it was of a soybean field up at Birch Hill, Saskatchewan, so just east of Prince Albert. And this image was taken on August 4th. And you can see this was a beautiful, lush strip trial field of some soybeans. And anecdotally, we've been told that these beans ran 35 across the field and across the number of varieties there. So economically viable, beautiful field, and this grower was very happy with this outcome. Breeders, however, have been in the last years since the decline in acres, there's been a large focus on reducing, the length of maturity and days to maturity for our soybean varieties. And so there are 20 new varieties hitting the market for 2023, and most of them I've highlighted. Oops, I apologize. There's supposed to be a circle that pops up. Is it just the next button? Perfect, okay. So these varieties that I've highlighted here are 000 and 00 varieties. So our breeders have really responded in bringing to market some early maturing varieties. And the range in crop heat units, so the amount of heat days required to grow a successful soybean crop in Saskatchewan, and these varieties match that. So these varieties will range from 2175 to 2400 crop heat units, and they have an increase in the photosensitive time, or the sensitivity to photosensitive change in day length. So bringing that crop into reproductive phase instead of having a lag and adding days to maturity at the end. And so that brings our season length to around 105 days or less, depending on the growing area and the variety. I did a little bit of calculating based off of the temperature ranges we experienced in 2022, and the provincial average for crop heat units we experienced this year was 2,455, meaning that the varieties that are currently on the market and the ones that are coming to market in 2023 are well adapted to our growing conditions here in the province. The high was at Park Beg, Saskatchewan. I don't know if any of you know where that is, but it's just west of Moose Jaw on the number 1. And then the low was recorded in Bright Sand, Saskatchewan, which is just northeast of St. Walburg. And so that's a fairly large range, but north to south also quite a large range in distance. Aside from being adapted crop heat unit wise and season length, and also looking at potentially some really good growing conditions coming into 2023, soybeans also provide us with other alternative benefits. And this includes alternative herbicide options compared to our pea and lentil acres. So we're facing a lot of challenges in our peas and lentils. Kochia would be probably the biggest one. Some herbicide resistance in multiple cross-resistant biotypes in wild oat, wild mustard, stinkweed, cleavers. And the herbicide systems that we have available in the genetics in our soybeans include the Roundup Ready 2 Extend, which is dicamba and glyphosate, the Roundup Ready Extend Flex, which is dicamba, glyphosate, and glufosinate, and then the Enlist 3, which is 2,4-D, glyphosate, and glufosinate. So we have these multiple herbicide systems that are able to apply on our soybean acres, which is largely outside the range of what we typically apply on our peas and lentils, which is mostly group 2s in crop. And so we can get a handle on switching up the rotational issues that we're facing with our weed spectrums in our pea and lentil acres by incorporating soybeans into that rotation. The other biggest, and in my mind the biggest, benefit to growing soybeans is that they are a non-host crop for Aphanomyces root rot. So they are not susceptible. They will also not increase the spore load of that disease in our soils, and not increasing at least the risk for the next time you grow a pea or lentil on that piece of land. And so in the eastern half of the province where we have high moisture, or higher than the west at least, but moisture conducive to growing a soybean crop, we have the heat units in place, the varieties are matching up our day length and our season length. Soybeans could be a very good option for managing a root rot infection in your pea and lentil as an alternative where you may not be able to grow peas or lentils shorter than a 6-year rotation. The other benefit are new genetics in the soybeans. So I've already talked about the crop heat units. Breeders, I think, have done a really good job on focusing on bringing that maturity length in, but they've also incorporated other traits. So iron chlorosis deficiency, Phytophthora, and soybean cyst nematode resistant traits or tolerant traits have also become table stakes essentially for any of the varieties that are hitting the market. Breeders have also now shifted their focus a little bit to drought tolerance. No surprise, since the last 3-5 years have been increasingly dry. And consistent protein content setting. So these are the focus areas that are moving, we're seeing some of the soybean breeding programs moving into, but for the most part, these are all becoming table stakes and will be highlights that we'll see coming out of our new varieties that increasingly make soybeans a great fit for our Saskatchewan producers. As I previously mentioned, there are some rotational benefits. So fertility is one as well. They do not require nitrogen fertilizer, right? They're legumes, they fix their own nitrogen. We can get some rotational benefits from not having that host crop in there for disease, and then also herbicide again, but fungicide groups. So pea and lentils are both, and chickpeas actually, are highly susceptible to different strains of anthracnose and ascochyta. Soybeans are not. They can be infected by these diseases, but we do not see the yield loss in soybeans that we see in our other crops. And so this can help us manage our strobilurin insensitivity that we're finding in these other disease pathogens. And last but not least, a little plug for soy, the division of workload. So soybeans are highly sensitive to cold, particularly in the spring. That cold soil water will set them back if they imbibe too early. And so waiting till soils are up above 10 degrees Celsius and that aligning with, later in May, hopefully not too late into June, but dividing that workload. Something has to go into the field first, into the ground first, canola, peas, barley. Soybeans can give you a little bit of waiting time at the beginning of the season and also at the end of the season. They're fairly resistant to pod shatter. The leaves will drop off and that plant can stand. You can leave them out in the field and get to them when you need to if your canola needs to come off or your barley's at risk of sprouting and bleaching or what have you, and other issues in your other crops. So you can shift the division or the pressure of the workload that you experience in high pressure seasons of seeding and harvest by incorporating soybeans into your rotation. Those are the key reasons I have. I don't know if there was 10, I didn't count them. But thank you for your attention, and I hope you can at least consider looking at some of the new soybean varieties that are on the market for your 2023 growing season. Thanks. I'll stay. I have to introduce Brian, but before I do, are there any questions from anyone in the crowd? Okay. So next up to continue our conversation on soybeans is Brian Innes. He's the Executive Director of Soy Canada.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Megan, and it's good to see all of you. I'm really pleased to be able to join you today, and I hope the next time we do this in person. I've had many opportunities to see many folks in Saskatchewan, and I always appreciate my time there. So I'm going to share my screen here. I believe we should be all set.
Good on our end.
Oh. There we go. I think we're all set. Megan gave a great overview of all the great things that soybeans can bring to farmers. And here at Soy Canada, bringing together folks from the Atlantic Ocean to the Rocky Mountains, from our producers, our seed companies, our exporters and processors, we're really looking to how we grow value for soybeans across the country. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today to give you a little bit of insight into where we're going as a soybean industry nationally, and of course how Saskatchewan fits into that. Where the opportunities are and why we see opportunity, just building a little bit more off of what Megan shared with you today and provide a bit longer term perspective. And thirdly, how we're working to bring more value for soybeans and you, our soybean growers. So as I said, we've got members across the value chain, 32 in fact. We have an amazingly diverse sector that covers food grade soybeans for uses like tofu and soy milk. We have commodity soybeans, we have producers right across the country, processors, big and small, and exporters of commodity and food grade, small, medium, and large exporters. So an amazingly diverse industry across the country with a lot of crosswalks to folks like Pulse Canada and others. But what we really do is focus on bringing the value chain together across soybeans so that you as producers get the most for your soybeans, and all of us in the industry get the most from our product. Most of what we grow is exported, so a lot of our efforts tend to be focused on export markets as well as coordinating internally here within the country. So I was asked to give you a bit of a vision of where we're going. At Soy Canada, we have a strategic plan looking out to 2027. It was put together a few years ago, and it really covers 4 main areas. And I would say since I've joined the organization about a year and a half ago, we've had a great chance to look at this strategy. And I would say that we're quite confident in where we're headed and the components that it takes to get there. So the high level, it's about 10 million acres of opportunity, which represents significant growth in Western Canada, which I'll show you in a second, doubling our production from 2016 to 2027. It's about increasing competitiveness, and that has a big implication around quality and protein, which I'll touch on in a minute. Our contribution to natural capital, and we heard Dennis talk about the sustainability of pulses and soybeans being a legume and fixing nitrogen. It's a big question we often get from our customers, and we're very active in that space as well. And lastly, increasing our food grade production because we have really significant demand for our specialty soybean identity preserved acres. So if you look at what that means in a grand perspective, you can see on the chart here how our production overall and yields have grown over time. And you can see on the right where we want to get to, with particular focus in Western Canada, with 6 million tons of production corresponding to 6 million acres and 45 bushels of yield. So as Megan outlined, we've certainly had some hiccups with drier conditions, and soybeans being a heat and moisture loving crop, and the two need to come together. Certainly have suffered in Western Canada with the drought, but we do see that trend on the upward trajectory, given the reasons that Megan outlined, and some of which I wanted to share with you as well. So what does that look like to grow potential in Saskatchewan? So Megan talked very specifically about 2023 and what's in front and the practical aspects. And I want to give you a bit more global perspective on why we're so interested as a country and as a sector around growth opportunities for soybeans in Western Canada, both in Manitoba and in Saskatchewan. And it comes down to how our climate is changing, as well as how our genetics are adapting. So a few slides here I wanted to share from our Northern Soybean Summit that we had early in 2022, which come from research that Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada did that really looked at how our climate is changing over time and what we can see about what we know and what it will mean for the future. So I want to draw your attention here to a few sites on the right-hand side of this column. And there'll be a few things that I want to talk about in these next few slides, where we looked at sites in Oakner, Manitoba, Melville, Saskatchewan, and Humboldt, Saskatchewan, and looked at how the period that essentially was an average in 2000 compares to 2030. So that's the blue bar and the orange bar. And so you can see here that we're going to, and I'm sure you as farmers have seen, we've had earlier seeding dates, and that's going to continue as we move out into the future. So really significant changes there of a week and 2 weeks in the parts of Saskatchewan where we see most opportunity for soybean reduction in the black and gray soil zones. We also see dramatically more heat units. Megan talked about that sweet spot for soybeans being a minimum threshold, so to speak, being the 22 to 2400 heat units. So you can see the baseline of 2000 on the left and where we think we're going to be in 2030 on the right. And you can see how much warmer the prairies are becoming. And critically, that portion of the prairies in the black soil zone where you've got moisture and also will now have enough heat to grow good soybean crops. And the importance of this for soybeans is that essentially there's a linear relationship between the amount of heat and the amount of yield in soybeans. And as Megan talked about, both our 00 and 000 varieties that are on the market now can really thrive increasingly in that black soil zone because we're getting more heat in that region. But of course, I've spent enough time in Saskatchewan and you know well from your farm that it's not just about the average amount of heat, but the probability of heat in a given year, given the variability from one year to the next. And what we wanted to show in this graph is you can see how much of a difference the increased heat means to the likelihood you're going to get enough heat in any given year. And so as circled in here, the key place, which would be the minimum threshold for enough heat for soybean varieties in 000 and 00 zones, that probability increase is dramatic. It's dramatic if you look at Humboldt in that 22 to 2400 heat unit range, where we essentially go from having 30% probability to having 90% probability of getting enough heat to finish that soybean crop. So that's on a big picture perspective why the industry sees that growth opportunity in Western Canada going from current 1 million acres up to 6 million acres in the not too distant future. So that's on the heat side. Just quickly on precipitation, as Megan mentioned, August rains are so critical to soybean yields. And what we see in terms of projected precipitation is not a whole lot of difference. Certainly some increased dryness with increased heat, but not a whole lot of difference. And those black soil zones, which traditionally get more moisture, we're not expecting to see major differences in precipitation. The last thing I would say before I conclude this section is it's not just about soybeans in your rotation, but also how other crops respond to this changing environment. And here you can see the increase in hot days above 30 degrees, which certainly has an impact on some cold-loving crops. But soybeans, loving that heat and loving the moisture, are not affected by that heat the same as other crops. And so you can see the dramatic difference of 2 more weeks of days above 30 degrees. And I'm sure farmers are starting to see that. And if you look back at what our parents and grandparents had, we certainly have more hot days than we used to. So overall, what does that mean for soybeans in the big picture? Similar to what Megan was saying, we see a growing season length and the varieties that are adapted and can perform for yield and yield stability and protein stability in that really trending towards more adapted to Saskatchewan and seeing more opportunities for expansion in Western Canada, particularly in the areas which have more moisture, such as the dark brown and black soil zones, as well as the gray areas as well. So shifting gears a little bit to move from the opportunity and why when we sit around with our seed companies and our producers and our exporters, we see that growth trajectory continuing into the future. I wanted to give you a sense of what we're working on at Soy Canada on how it adds value for Saskatchewan producers. So we're very pleased to have Winston Van Staveren on our board of directors. And one of the things where Winston is going to participate in, actually starting on Monday, is a mission to Asia, where we will be visiting Japan, Vietnam, and Malaysia to talk to customers. We have approximately 20 of our members going along to have meetings with their associations, to have meetings with companies, to have meetings and technical seminars. And in fact, we have more than 100 people registered in Japan. So we're really excited about that opportunity. And Winston will be along with us to help share the story of what our farmers are doing here in Canada, which is so important to our customers. We're also working on market access issues, which creates opportunity and reduces risk, and that means more value for our farmers. And particularly around Vietnam, when we're there, we're going to be talking about something that farmers know well, Canada thistle, and the seeds, particularly where there's zero tolerance in Vietnam, and how we can manage that more effectively than what we have now, which is really putting a constraint on our exports into Vietnam. Thirdly, we do a lot around coordinating research. We've been working with partners such as Pulse Canada to tell the story about what more investment in soybean research and pulse research means. And part of our role in that is supporting that National Soybean Research Cluster, which has components related to how we make soybean genetics more adapted to the most northerly region on the planet where we grow soybeans, which is in the Canadian prairie. And lastly, in terms of industry leadership, some of the things we do in this space are around bringing the value chain together, or tough issues like protein, for example. And we're going to be continuing the leadership there in our Northern Soybean Summit and looking to bring together folks on a regular basis so we have clear communication between seed companies and exporters and producers. I would say, if we look at the protein this year in Western Canada versus Eastern Canada, in fact, there's no difference. So it's incredible to see the advances we've had in technology, but also the importance of weather and moisture, particularly in giving protein levels for Western beans that are comparable to others. And I would say you in Saskatchewan, I'm sure have heard lots about biofuel. It's a canola story, but it's also a soybean story. We've got 3 new crush plants just south of the 49th for soybeans that are being built to serve a biofuel industry. And so our carbon intensity metrics for a legume that can fix nitrogen, that can go in, use that oil for biofuel and reduce greenhouse gas emissions is really important to markets throughout North America, and someplace where we are leading as Soy Canada to ensure we get the right value for our soybeans and our farmers. So I'll stop there. I really appreciate any time I have to share what we're doing with farmers and hear back from you on what's important. My information's here. I always welcome calls, but I'm also happy to take any questions you might have today.
Thanks, Brian. Are there any questions?
Hi, Brian.
You're good.
Okay, thanks. Hi, Brian, it's Megan again. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering about the Canada thistle and soybean connection and the issue it's causing with trade to Vietnam. Can you explain what that's about?
Yeah, thanks, Megan. So Vietnam instigated a zero tolerance for presence of Canada thistle seed in soybean shipments in 2019. So as you folks know well, Canada thistle is endemic through most of Canada. And what that has meant is, because of those restrictions, it's made it really difficult to have any bulk exports. We do have some containerized exports, but it's really limited our access. And the access that we have is not the same conditions as what the Americans have. And as a consequence, we're losing market share, we're losing value. And Vietnam is a growing market for soybeans, particularly in the space to feed animals, where prairie beans would fit into that when market conditions were right. So that's a little bit more about the issue itself and why we're working on it to provide better value for farmers.
Thanks, Brian. Seeing no more questions. To proceed. So next is our last session for the day, a market outlook from Chuck Penner, President at Left Field Commodities Research. Chuck started Left Field in 2010 after working in the Canadian grain business for 20 years. His family still farms in the Red River Valley in Manitoba. Welcome, Chuck.
Well, it's good to be here. It's good to be here in person. I was at Crop Production Show a couple weeks ago, and I'm starting to wonder whether I'm senile or whether it's been too long since I've done in-person meetings. For example, I called Trent Tim when I said hi to him this afternoon, and so I'm remembering faces, but I'm not remembering names. And so I don't know if it's just a period of time or whether it's, well, or maybe my time is getting short, or something. But it's good to be here, and I'm looking forward to this time together. So we're going to look at pulse markets. We're going to spend some time in that. And I like to use the word reconnaissance. So I'm deathly allergic to when people, so just for the question period later, don't ask me what prices are going to be this fall, because predicting the future is highly overrated. Our job, the way that my partner John and I do our business, is we like to think in terms of reconnaissance. So there's things that we can see or we can reasonably expect to happen, and we look for those kind of things, but we don't try and speculate beyond that about, and so weather is one of those things where there's lots of forecasts out there, but I'm not going to bet the farm or bet my business on trying to say that the weather is going to do this, therefore the markets are going to do that. To me, that's I'd like to focus on the things that I can see, and so and helping out people who either don't want to bother with that or don't have the time to bother with that, or whatever, just don't know where to look. So that's our business, is doing reconnaissance. And so we're going to look at the rest of this year. So we're halfway through the marketing year. And so people come to me, well, I'm 85% sold. And I said, okay, well, you got 6 months left now for the last 15%. But then we also want to look ahead to the next year. So we're going to cover peas, lentils, chickpeas, and fabas today. And so I didn't do anything on soybeans. I apologize, but that should be enough to carry us through anyway. So let's jump right into it. So this was Canadian pea production, the last 10 years or so, and then you see the drought year. Then StatsCan predicted a crop of about 3.36, I think, million tons, or we think it's a little bit less than that, probably because they didn't account for some acres in northeast Saskatchewan that didn't get planted because of the late seeding, and so on. They also showed a lot more green pea production than what we think was reality. We think green pea acres didn't do very well this last year, just because they were trading at a discount to yellows, and so we think that the production is down a little bit. It doesn't look like a huge amount here, but it is enough to snug up the S&D, the balance sheet, a little bit by the end of the year. In terms of farm deliveries, it's just a very typical seasonal behavior. So at the beginning of the year, you get this big slug of peas that goes through the system. But since then, they've been running at kind of an average pace. So, this shows the weekly deliveries in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, a little bit in Manitoba. But the black line there is the average. And so it's been kind of moving along there. So in terms of movement, in terms of that type of thing, the peas have been kind of having a normal or an average year. It hasn't been exceptional demand. And so that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen exceptional prices to a large degree. In terms of domestic use, looking at about 800,000 tons, that includes some seed use and also feed use, and then the domestic processors. And so we see a little bit of improvement there. But some of them are still not, especially there's been some announcements further west, they're still not quite running at full capacity from what I can understand. So 800,000 tons is good, but we've had years, of course, some of those years were when we had just an awful harvest year and the quality was all feed, and so a lot of it did go feed. But really what we want to do is we want to see that trend higher. And I think we're in the early days of that. And I don't want to get, there's people who they almost get a kick out of saying things, well, you know, your Impossible Burgers or your Beyond Burgers, you know, they're, you know, whatever, like they like to dump on that side of the industry. But there's a whole lot more to the domestic processing than just those patties. So there's protein that gets used in all kinds of different uses. And so it's not just a story about those, we can get too fixated on that. And so the capacity to increase domestic processing, I believe, is still there. In terms of exports, so again, over the last number of years, so this chart shows the blue line, the light blue line is India, and in red is China, and then there's other Asian countries. That would be places like Bangladesh, Pakistan at times, and so on. Then you have really little bit to Europe, a little bit to the Middle East, and then to the US and South America. But what you see is, you can see the evolution of exports over the years, where India was our big buyer. And that's all we thought about was India, 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 and until they started growing more of their own, until they didn't have crop failures after they had 2 crop failures in a row. So that's why you had the bigger increase in 15, 16 and 16, especially 16, 17. And then they just kind of disappeared. And of course, now they have restrictions on pea imports. So there's essentially no peas going into India at all. So I can talk about them a little bit, but in reality, they're essentially a non-factor. So I think we can move on from India. Now the focus, of course, is on China. So China are the red bars. And essentially, when India went away, China saved our bacon, because you can see the red bars there all of a sudden got bigger. So China really stepped in and started buying a whole lot of peas, to the point where we rely on them very, very heavily, especially for yellows. And so you saw that growth. But then what happened in 21, 22, there suddenly wasn't a supply. Prices went through the roof for them. And Chinese demand is essentially made up of 2 pieces. So there's the food and fractionation business, and then there's the feed business. And it's roughly half and half of what they buy. So when prices went up, the feeders just said, I'm out. That's it, I'm done. I don't know how you say that in Mandarin, but that's what they said. They said, oh, I'm out, and we're not doing that anymore. So that's why you see in 21, 22, the business that was left was that food and fractionation. This year, of course, we had a rebound in our crop production and a rebound in supplies. But even at, you know, $12 yellow peas, the feeders from China are still not coming back in. It's still too rich for them when they can get other feed sources and so on. So we're still basically filling that food and fractionation demand, but not the feed business. So that's the iffy part of the Chinese demand. Bangladesh has been a surprise. They've come in and they've bought some fairly sizable supplies. That's the purple part of the bar. Cuba buys some vessels occasionally of yellow peas, and so on. But the other beneficial part has been the U.S. And so you see, even in the drought year, that dark blue bar, that kind of expanded, and that was the U.S. because they had their own drought, they had their own domestic demand. So they needed to come to Canada to buy peas, and they're continuing to buy at a pretty good clip this year as well. So that's the positive side. So what you had is this U.S. crop. They had their drought year. You can see that second from the right bar there. And then even in 22, a lot of Montana was droughty again, and even western North Dakota. And so their crop wasn't all that big. And so they grew a crop of, I believe it's 685,000 tons. Their domestic use is roughly 800 or so thousand tons. So they simply don't have enough of their own, and they need to come to Canada for those peas. So you can see the black line there with the little yellow dots, that's this year's imports. And then the orange line with the circles, that was during the drought year. So they imported close to 400,000 tons during our drought year. It started off a little slow this year, but you can see just in November, and I would expect December even more, it's starting to turn higher again. So I expect the US demand to be pretty strong through the second half of the year. So that's going to be positive for some of the demand. It's not big enough demand to set the world on fire, but it sure helps. And they are pretty strong bidders. When they're in the market, they're pretty strong bidders because it's not simply feed use. It's for their own domestic processing needs. Here's the other issue. And so this is the Black Sea, so it's Ukraine and Russia. So Ukrainian production dropped to about 250,000 tons. And so they've been exporting into Western Europe. That's typically where they go. And so they can continue to do that with rail, truck, etc. But the Russian crop is close to, I think, 3.6 million tons, something like that, which is not a record crop, but a very, very large crop as well too. The threat is that China and Russia have signed phytosanitary deal to let Russian peas come into China. So far in the trade data that I've seen from China, their imports, they haven't brought anything in yet, but that is a possibility. And if you remember the export chart, how big China is of Canada's business, that is a threat. I think for this year, it's going to be really minimal volumes, but going forward, it might be something that we might be a little bit worried about. So these are Chinese pea imports over the last number of years. Again, the black line with the yellow dots, that's this year. And then the blue line, that is basically tracking right along where it was last year during our drought year. So the imports are really just not, are not improving this year, even though we have more supplies to ship to China. And Canada accounts for probably, I'm going to say 90% of China's imports. So we're important to them, they're important to us, frankly. So that's the situation there. One of the things that I look for though is in that, it's talking about how half of that business is feed business. So this chart shows soy meal prices in China, the brown line, and then the yellow peas that have been brought in, and then their offer prices from warehouses going out to local buyers. And so what you can see is that over the last number of years, 2019 and 20 and so on, is there was a real wide spread between soy meal values and feed pea values, yellow pea values. And that spread was enough to make them use peas in their feed. So they were discounted enough to make them use in their feed. So what's been happening lately is that the soy meal market has been rallying, and in particular in China. So that spread is starting to open up a little bit again, and probably getting close from the traders I've talked to, probably getting close enough so that Chinese feeders are kind of maybe starting to look at Canadian peas. That would be great if we can start moving more volumes, but it's not going to do wonders for prices, unfortunately, in the short term, because as soon as yellow pea prices would start to come up again, then they're just going to say, oh, no, back to soy meal, and we'll switch back again. But what it does do is if it helps chew through more of our peas, that tightens up our balance sheet by the end of the year and then provides some strength. So not an immediate reaction, but it's a bit of a hopeful sign, put it that way. We'll talk about peas in case anybody is wondering whether they're going to start importing, whether they're going to drop their restrictions. So these two lines on here show pea prices in yellow and Desi chickpeas, which are the substitute in India. And you can see the Indian government will open up its doors to Canadian peas if the prices would go crazy, and they've got to keep the market down. The problem is that the market is staying down on its own. So the yellow pea prices are now the lowest; they're close to multi-year lows. So there's absolutely no incentive for the Indian government to say, okay, let's bring in Canadian peas, because it would make their farmers they would just go crazy if you started bringing in imports with pea prices that low. So it's never say never, but highly unlikely on that front. And their crop that they have in the ground right now, they typically grow their peas are grown in the winter season, this is rainfall as a percent of normal. The production is centered in the north central part of the country and northeast. So the rainfall has been pretty positive. It's been drying up a little bit lately, but they're probably close enough to the end of the year where they don't need a whole lot of rain at this point anyway. So by the end of this year, unfortunately, the Canadian ending stocks of yellow peas are probably going to be a little larger than they were last year, and so not hugely burdensome, but it's not a picture that would tell me we're going to see a strong rally in yellow peas by the end of the year. I think we're going to see tighter ones for greens. Again, it's a little unclear about what the actual production is. And of course, you can see in maple bids, for those of you who grow maples, you know, they're $16, $17. And the pea prices in China actually reflect those $16, $17 bids. So maple peas in China, you know, are supporting those kind of prices. So we're going to have tight stocks of maples for sure. Greens probably not so much for yellows, is kind of the summary. Here's kind of the price, how prices seasonally tend to go for green and yellow peas. So they're even in an average year, if you want to use the index as a sign of an average year, bids tend to go. You know, there's sometimes a little bit of strength early January into February a little bit, but then they tend to go sideways, and then until mid-June, late May, mid-June, or early June, I should say, and then they start to go south. So even if we were to just have kind of an average year, that's the kind of price behavior that you could expect going into that. When we looked at some stuff in regards to next year's acres, so we run this kind of a thing with some gross margin stuff, and don't get hung up on the numbers. Please don't get hung up on the numbers at the bottom, because I'm not saying you're going to make that much per acre. This is just, all it is that we build in there is fertilizer, seed, chem, I think crop insurance is in there as well too. So it's not all of your other costs. So that's I'm not predicting the kind of year. What I want you to focus on is on the rankings and where the crops fit within this. And so canola is a strong competitor. This is in the black soil zone. Hard red spring is often in the bottom half of the rankings. It's moved up a little bit closer into the top half. But the yellow and green peas are kind of in that bottom half, and so they're not a strong competitor for acres this year. And talking to people, they're expecting seeded area of peas is gonna slip this year. Just a matter of how much. And so there aren't many new crop bids out there. I have very few greens, a few yellows, but there's a fairly wide range. I've seen them from in the 10s to 1250, depending on who's buying and what they're using them for. But that's a pretty wide range to try and make a decision or to put in a budget and see what what kind of returns are. So there is some caution in there. From what I'm hearing, the 12 to 1250 is making people's ears perk up a little bit and go, okay, I'll think about that. So what I'm looking at is the potential for another drop in pea acreage. And so from a price perspective, that tends to be friendly, right? So it's not great in terms of the production side, but if we do have fewer acres and kind of average yields, we're going to see a crop that is a little bit smaller. The issue is still questions about dryness. This is, I believe, at the end of December, and so it's a real mixed bag. But in that, you know, if you draw a line straight down the middle of Saskatchewan, and then you go west from there, you got a lot of areas. That's a lot of pea areas, especially into Alberta. In that area, Edmonton, kind of east and south, there's some big pea acres in and around there as well too, where it's dry. So I'm not going to do a weather forecast, but right now the conditions are questionable. So in terms of a summary for the rest of this year, steady domestic use, so that's good, and it coming from the US as well too. So again, those imports, the US importing Canadian peas will keep that flow going pretty well. And China is still the main demand. The issue is if we bump up that feed demand, if they start buying for feed, it doesn't necessarily mean higher prices, unless soy meal goes up, you know, has a really strong rally as well too. And that doesn't look all that highly likely, especially with the Brazilian soybean crop that they're looking at. Better demand from Bangladesh, that's been great, and still no signs of Indian trade. So to me, that would be a steady kind of a price outlook for the next little bit. For next year, I think we can see some acres drop. Greens aren't quite showing enough of a premium. They're over yellows now, but it's not quite a big enough premium to really cause a bunch of acres to move into greens. And then, of course, these dryness concerns. The trade, China's trade with Russia is a bit of warning or it's a little bit nervous about that. I don't think India is going to return unless they really have a crop failure, and right now that's not in the cards. It doesn't look like that. And then longer term, this protein growth in the protein industry, and like I said, the doom and gloom headlines about Beyond Burgers or Impossible Burgers, they get a lot of play, but it's not the whole story. Keep that in mind. That's not the whole story. So that's the kind of the thing for peas. We'll shift into lentils now, and again, you can see what happened in the drought year in terms of production, and then in this year, that's where the one we're in the middle of now, is we saw acres yield rebound, but not back to average levels. And you know this, I'm not telling you anything new in that. The interesting thing though is that the green lentil production didn't bounce back nearly as much as reds did. So that's why you're seeing the kind of market situation you have now between green and red lentils is because green lentil production still stayed kind of toward the low end of the last 10 years. It's still pretty tight for greens. And you can see that behavior in green lentil bids right now. So if you see green, you see it mostly in large greens, and then the others kind of follow a little bit. But in large greens, you'll see when somebody needs to fill a vessel or fill a shipment, not a vessel, fill a shipment of green lentils. What they're doing is they'll bump up bids by a couple of cents. As soon as it's full, they'll drop them again, right? That's kind of the behavior over the last little bit, but what that tells me is that supplies are tight. That tells me that they need to bump up their bids to get the lentils that they need. And again, we're only halfway through the marketing year. There's still another half of a year to ship lentils. So if they have to use 2 cents to get green lentils in the door now, are they going to have to use 3, and are they going to have to use 4 as we get later into the season? So to me, that's a bit of a friendly signal. It's a very different tone though for red lentils that have just been kind of gradually leaking lower. And you do see occasionally where somebody needs to fill a little bit more, but that whole market, that whole side of the market is leaking lower. And we'll talk about the reasons for that in a little bit. The US lentil crop, again, their yields were really disappointing. So they had a terrible year in 2017, terrible year in 21, and 22 wasn't really any better. So that's mainly greens. They mostly grow about 75% of the crop is medium greens. So when they don't have a crop, then you may get buyers coming to Canada and saying, well, okay, I'll take larges or I'll take smalls instead of mediums. And they'll do some of that type of business. Canada and the US are really the only 2 exporters of green lentils of any size. So really that market is going to be short until we have the 23 harvest coming off the combines. Here's the situation for reds though. This is the Australian crop over the last number of years. You can see just in the last 5 years that they've been ramping up production. They've had good yields for like 2-3 years in a row now. Their ag ministry put out an estimate in early December for 1.05 million tons. And then of course, that was right when they were getting all that rain and getting dumped on with rain. And we said, there were people that said, okay, they lost 20% of the crop because of rain and the rest is all crap quality. Turns out they were overly pessimistic. And now I'm seeing some estimates are saying it's not down from that earlier estimate. It's actually 1.2 million tons. So even higher than what it shows up on this chart. So, and they got wrinkled seed and things like that. But a large part of their business goes to places like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, that are pretty happy to take some discounted seed because they're going to hull it and mill it anyway. So it's not as big of an issue, and so that's what's weighing. That's one of the big things that's weighing on the red lentil side of the market. So there's conflicting reports, but it's still a big crop. And people say, "Wow, they only ship for a few months of the year." Actually, in the last year, when you look at Australian lentil exports, it's every 12 months, every 12 months, all the time. They're always shipping. Put it that way. The other question, one of the other big questions, of course, is what's happening with India. So in this case, this is their lentil imports. The black line with the yellow dots is this year, and it's actually trailing the previous year. I've seen some estimates saying that India needs to import 900,000 tons. I don't think so. I think we might get to 600 to 700,000 tons, but not 900,000 tons. So they haven't, and this hasn't been necessarily, they already slowed down their pace of buying even before our drought, our last year's drought, the 21 drought. They were already kind of weak demand even then. And so the drought accentuated that, but really it was already starting to slow down a little bit. So that's not great for especially for the red lentil side of the market either. I'm just going to go back for, no, that's good. Here's Canadian lentil exports. Typically, the black dashed line there is what happens over, that's a 5-year average. So not surprisingly, you get a boost in exports in September and a little bit less in October. And so we started that way. We did great September lentils once we had our crop available. They dropped off, not surprisingly, in October. But then in November, they shot higher again, which is very unusual, very abnormal. So India has been, some of those are headed to India. Some of them are headed to other, there's a whole host of buyers for red lentils now. There's Turkey, there's UAE, there's Egypt. And so it's not just an India picture. So there's some really strong demand. And then the CGC weekly export data shows that is actually continuing on. So, I'm talking about kind of some weak demand from India, but from other places it's growing. And so we have this situation where Canadian supplies are really getting drawn down pretty quickly by these strong exports. At the same time, though, you've got these bigger supplies coming from Australia. My hope had been is that we draw down Canadian supplies so much that the Australian market isn't heavy on the market, doesn't weigh on the market. But even now, it's starting to push a little bit that way. So it's not quite as good as, or not quite as stable as I thought it would be. But what I expect by the end of this year is that we are going to be on the low side of history in terms of our lentil supplies, because again, even with, you can see the gray bars on this chart, that's what I'm expecting kind of to average exports over the rest of the year. So it's well off those highs. And so if we do that, ending stocks will end up being just as tight as they were at the end of the drought year. The problem is that even though Canadian supplies will be low, there are supplies available from Australia. And so Canada isn't the only player in that market anymore, or not nearly as dominant as we used to be. And we're seeing that in, I'm not going to talk about flax, I'm not going to, whatever, but we're seeing that in a number of other crops. And that's one of the reasons why we really need to watch what's going on in other parts of the world, is because high price environments tend to bring out production from a lot of different countries. And so Canada is still the largest exporter. Let's not go crazy, but they're not as dominant as they used to be. And so we need to think in terms of what's going on in other countries. So that's why we do the reconnaissance, is to try and sort those things out and figure those things out. Here's lentil prices in a number of different origins. These are red lentil prices. And so what we got is you've got prices in Australia and in central Saskatchewan. That's the black and the dark blue and red lines there. And then you have the destination markets that are that difference. They're higher, but those are kind of leaking their way lower as well too. So even though prices here have been pretty much flat ever since we finished harvest, prices for red lentils have been pretty much flat. A couple of cents, but really have been going sideways. I'm a little nervous that these prices in the destination markets are going to start weighing on those red lentils as well. Here's the seasonal pattern for green and red lentil prices. Typically, red lentil prices peak in late April, early May. That's typically what they do. I'm not convinced it'll be able to do much. That they may be able to see a little bit of a move higher, but I don't know that it's going to be a dramatic gain. My best prognostication on the red lentil side of the market is that it's going to be flat. That's to me that's kind of the best case. Maybe a couple of cents here or there occasionally when somebody needs to fill a vessel, but largely flat for reds. That would be my best guess at it. And for greens, I think we could see a little bit more strength just because that side of the market is tighter. Here's one of the reasons why I'm also kind of cautious about the red lentil side. This is Indian lentil planting over the last number of years. And so again, this year is the black line with the yellow dots. So acreage in India is up about 10% above average. And so that's not great. So growing about 4.5 million acres of lentils. Their yields are far lower than ours, but still, they're growing more acres than before. And again, so this is a satellite vegetation map of India. So lentils are kind of like the peas, north central and kind of toward the northeast. So this is compared to average. So they're looking pretty good as of the middle of January. It is getting a little bit drier, but they're about maybe less now than 6 weeks to harvest now. And so they're getting closer to the crop being out of some kind of danger or vulnerable. So decent conditions, more acres. You know, what do I think in terms of what their import needs will be next year? Probably not so much. But again, we've diversified. We're not as dependent on India as we used to be. There's all these other buyers as well too for red lentils, but it's still a bit of a negative possibility of a negative development. These are the same gross margin rankings. This is for brown soil zone. And so I was dumb enough to say I think mustard acres are going to be down this year a little bit, but I've been tuned up a little bit on that. So mustard comes out very well. Kabuli chickpeas, green lentils still come out relatively well. Red lentils kind of dip into the bottom half of these rankings. Now these are kind of overall ones. I have no clue whether they fit with your farm or not. I'm not even going to try and guess that. It's more just how we see some of these things kind of coming out. I think the estimate on red lentil, or the bid that we used for red lentils was 30 cents. And I think for greens might have been 36, maybe something like that. So that's the kind of bids that we plugged into this thing. So what I think is, I think we'll probably see lentil area largely unchanged. I've had people tell me that it's going to drop. Other people tell me it's going to drop. I'm still a little more hopeful. But if we get back to average yields, that'll actually mean a bigger crop than we had this last year, because yields were still below average last year. So just in terms of a summary and outlook, we're seeing this strong exports, unusually large exports in November, December, and now even into January. So that's really going to draw down Canadian stocks. But we got that stupid Australian crop there, and it's just not going away. So there's lots of demand for that discounted crop. The smaller US crop leaves Canada as a main supplier for green lentils. That's a green lentil side of the picture. And the Indian crop is looking larger, and that's not great for the red lentil side of the market. So what I would say is for reds, especially kind of steady prices, there is some danger of some downside for reds, but I think we're going to see some more opportunities yet in this year for greens, for pricing old crop greens. And again, if next year we're not getting the acres, then we're going to see more. We're going to see some improvement. And again, because Canada and the US are the only green lentil exporters of size, if we were to drop green lentil acres, we could really see some strong upside. That is one part of the market that we're still dominating, even more so than for reds. Chickpea production. So Canadian chickpeas, again, we had a drought in 21, we had another drought in 22, especially for chickpea growers. And so the yields were still pretty miserable in 22. So that's not, well, it hasn't been helpful for production, but it's been really helpful for some prices as well. And in the US, it was the same kind of situation. Again, most of the US chickpeas are grown in Montana. And so drought again there, they really had some even worse yields than we did. And so the US is one of our biggest buyers. US and Pakistan, two biggest buyers for chickpeas. And so that's that's one of the markets. When the US has a small crop, then they need to buy more Canadian chickpeas. So you see chickpeas getting drawn down into the US. And so that is not great for US farmers, but it's helpful for us. And so that's been, that's the difficulty there. In terms of our Canadian chickpea exports, been really strong to start the year. The black line is average, and then here's the first 4 months. We'll get December next week. But what we had in 21-22 is we had really low exports to start the year, and then they just took off. That's the light blue line there. They really took off. And then that's why you saw this, the rally in the chickpea bids as we got later into the year. That was partly US and partly Pakistan responsible for that. So we're seeing some real gains there. We're also seeing some strength from Middle East countries this year. And so that's helpful as well too. If you recall though, Pakistan had its own series of weather disasters. They had a bunch of flooding. And so apparently that's caused some real shortfalls there too in terms of production. So we might see some, or we will continue to see some strong demand. The little gray bars there, that's what I'm expecting for the rest of the year. But it's not because demand is that low, it's because that's about as much as we can do with our supplies. So the demand will be larger than the supplies that are available. So we've got, that's setting up the stage for some really strong chickpea pricing even into the second half of the year. These are Kabuli prices in a bunch of different locations. So again, you've got some of the destination markets like Turkey, that's the yellow line. Indore in India is the purple line. And so you've got some real strength there. Those markets have really been taking off. And our bids haven't quite caught up to there yet. But it is providing some lift for that market. And so again, that's nice and strong. Mexico is also rallying. Mexico is a supplier. Mexico and India largely supply the 11 and 12 millimeter, like the really big size ones, or that's what they're typically supplying. And so those countries are seeing short supplies getting shorter there too. So by the end of this year, I expect Canadian ending stocks of chickpeas to be really, really low again. So we worked through some years where we had just huge supplies of chickpeas kicking around. Now we're getting into the situation where we're just not going to have enough to supply the market. So that's friendly for prices. I'm expecting about a 30, or guessing at, let's be honest, guessing at a 35-40% increase in chickpea seeded area this year because of those strong prices and because it's still dry in some of those areas. So that will be should increase acres by a significant amount, and probably the same thing will happen in the US as well too, because they're looking at some strong prices and seeing some gains there. And then if we get average yields, then we really boost production. But the thing is that we're going to be carrying over so little. So if that bar on the far right there, so that's the blue is the carryover, or the old crop supplies that we carry in. Even if we boost production by a sizable amount, our supplies are actually going to be flat or a little bit lower than they are this year. So we can, essentially the idea is that we can afford to boost production this year, just because supplies are still going to be tight into next year. This is a picture for Mexican garbanzo or Kabuli chickpeas. So this is their monthly planting. So they're planting that. It should be largely done by now. But essentially what it shows is that as of December, that's the middle of those 5 months, as of December, it's slower than the last couple of years. And if you look at weather maps for Mexico, the north of the country where they grow chickpeas, really dry. It's really dried out there. So lower acres, dry conditions. So Mexico, so again, supplying that large caliber market is going to be having a smaller crop, which helps drive those production higher. This is chickpea planting in India, mainly Desis, but there are Kabulis in there as well too. So it's behind last year, a little bit behind last year, but it's a little bit above average. And again, those maps from India that I showed before, I don't think I have one, no. The maps that I showed for India before, pretty good conditions, across a good chunk of the country. And so their Desi chickpea production and their Kabulis will probably be up, but not enough to really weigh on that market. And they're going to be going into this year with just running on fumes in terms of supplies. So just to sum sort of that up, North American and demand from North America, from the US and Pakistan is going to be really strong through the rest of this year. So I think we'll see firm prices for the remainder of this year, and prices are going up in other places. It doesn't seem to have been enough to encourage production in Mexico, partly because of the weather. India, possibly. Production is likely going to go up in Canada, cross your fingers, going to go up this year in Canada and the US, but not to levels that are going to be too heavy. It's not going to crash the market. So supplies will still be on the low side, and there's no room in the market for poor weather. It's just, there's no, that could get really exciting then if we had another year of adverse weather. In terms of fabas, had some pretty good yields this year, but acres were way down. And I think a good chunk of that lower acres was, again, because of those planting delays, especially in the northeast of the province. Acres were down in Alberta as well too, but some pretty good yields. So that's been the crop itself. The blue bar there was only a little bit larger than it was during the drought year. These are exports, not production. Forget the title on the top. These are exports. We're not exporting many fabas. So last year it was about 19,000 tons, almost exactly. But we grew a crop of 75 or 80,000. So almost all of the large majority of the fabas are getting used domestically. And some of it's getting processed into higher value, a lot of it going into the feed market. So when you look at faba prices on average, maybe I should not say on average, you'll see the bids for fabas that are for the specialty uses. They're quite a bit higher, and then the rest of the market kind of follows along feed P values, essentially. So that's kind of how that faba market works. The crop in Australia is the big exporter. So they have grown crops of 700,000 tons, so 6 or 7 times what we grow, and they have been doing some pretty sizable crops, but really dropped off this last year. Again, acreage dropped off, and yields did as well too. So a smaller crop there, but still not whatever. The other competitor for faba bean exports is Western Europe. Europe. So you have the UK and you have France. France is not much of an exporter anymore, but the UK, and then you have the Baltic countries like Latvia, Lithuania. Those guys, that's the green part of the bar. So their production has been up in 2022, and they're exporting. They're the ones that are really pushing into the Egyptian market, along with the Aussies. In terms of faba prices, what you've got Canadian bid is kind of the purple line there. It's the average bid, and so it includes the feed and the whatever bid. Australia is well below that part of the market, and so they're the most price aggressive sellers. But prices in the UK and in France have been trending up a little bit, starting to come off now, partly because the Australian harvest is now in, but largely a flat kind of a market, and I would expect that to be the most likely case. So as I said earlier, you have faba bids, and we don't have many of them. Like, there's not many companies that report faba bids, but the ones that we have, it's really been going sideways for a while, and that's largely been tracking along with feed P prices, and so that's the market that it is largely driven by. So in general, the overall outlook for fabas is that feed protein side of the market is going to drive most of it, and then there will be the other ones that are the specialty users that will bid, a considerable amount higher for that. The export competition is going to be there. That's not going to go away this year. There's no light at the end of the tunnel in terms of big opportunity for exports. So we'll continue to do a little bit of that business, but really it's that domestic or US processing. And I got an email from a US processor asking to be connected with some faba sellers up here. So they were looking to do some test runs of fabas in their protein plants. So anyway, so that's an optimistic sign. So hopefully we have some light at the end of the tunnel on FABAs, and we'll do more of that kind of business. And that's what I have. So if there is time, Trent, I'm not going to call you Tim again. Any questions? I know I went really quick, so. Or everybody wants to get home?
Yeah, there's a few questions online.
Okay.
So how do you feel with the stability of the US market based on the concerns of including peas in pet food?
Yeah, that pet food side of the market, it did allow the US demand to go, like this a few years ago, and then it did this. I would say that the US demand has kind of stabilized from that pet food sector in particular. The ones that are using it are still using it. When you talk to people from there, they're cautious. They're not gonna. They've found other ways to include protein, so they may not be looking at a big increase in that market. I would say that market is roughly steady.
We have a couple more here. Is it okay to move to lock in some new crop lentils for 27 cents?
Is it okay to? Well, I'm not going to argue against that. I have seen some that are closer to 30. So you may want to do a little bit of shopping around. But in reality, I think if we're going to drop some production this year, that probably means the Aussies will as well too. They're not so for the next, but that doesn't get planted until a little bit later. So if we do have a bit of a more softer kind of a market, that's going to help some bids later on. But getting started at close to 30 cents, I think that's not a bad place to start.
Okay, we have one more question as a follow-up. Will old crop possibly rebound to 35 cents a pound?
I would say that's the most that you could expect, and it would be really periodic. Like it would be, it might show up for like 2 or 3 days from a certain buyer, and then it goes away again. So you'd really have to be, as a general market, as the overall market rallying to 35, I would be surprised. Okay.
I'll just ask one quick question on chickpeas. So you talked about Canadian supplies, coming from fairly high levels over the last number of years down to low levels. How about global, demand? Is there, in Canada, sometimes we end up overproducing things when, when markets are going the other way. So just your thought on, sort of overall global supply of chickpeas and how much could we rebound production without really having a significant negative impact on prices?
Yeah. Well, the current situation is very tight. You have on the smaller caliber, the 7s and 8s, that's kind of side of the market. You have Argentina, you have Russia. Russia has been selling fairly aggressively into Pakistan as well too. But Argentina, they had another terrible year, so they don't have the supplies available. If you dial forward, that's a little bit of the question. If we see strong prices here, they're seeing strong prices everywhere. So there will be an attempt in these other countries to try and bump up production. And I think from a Russian perspective, those farmers there are looking for places other than the typical, or looking for crops other than the typical ones that are controlled by export tariffs or export taxes, those kind of things. So you're seeing more toward minor crops. Production in Russia move toward minor crops. That would be more of that small caliber. But again, our demand has, well, we have diversified, but the Mexican crop will be smaller. We know that already. Indian crop will probably be a little bit average, but again, they're doing 11 and 12. It's not really the sandbox that we play in. That middle ground is pretty much a North American kind of a phenomenon, and the U.S. is our biggest customer. Could we add, if I have acres going up 35, 40% this year, that's still not heavy. But again, that's based on average yields. But if we get beyond 50%, that's where it'll start to, I think, where we'll start to see some some heaviness or start to drag that market down a little bit.
Are you willing to comment on soy at all?
I guess I could comment on anything, whether it's valid or not is another question. Sorry. The problem is I just had 2 churros for lunch. That was my whole lunch, so I'm a little punchy up here. In terms of soy, the thing that's hanging over the market, of course, as you probably know, is the Brazilian crop that's about 155 million tons and is already being harvested. That's been offset to some degree by the smaller Argentinian crop, but the overall size of that soy production is up. China is going to be the linchpin in the soy outlook as well too, and their economy opening up or reopening or expanding is going to be the thing that's going to drive that market. The odds are toward a Chinese recovery in their economy are looking pretty favorable. So their demand for soybeans and soy meal is going to be, I think they'll increase their imports again in this next year. And so that's why you're seeing, despite these forecasts of a massive Brazilian crop, you're seeing futures, soy futures move roughly sideways. They haven't cratered based on that yet. And like I said, the Brazilian harvest is already ongoing. So there is stronger demand under that market too. What I would say though is that there's not a whole lot of upside yet in that soy market. So if I had a best or the highest odds, I would say probably for a flat market for soybeans. And then if I had to, if we're thinking about more soy acres even in the U.S. or in Eastern Canada and Western Canada as well too, yeah, you could start to see that maybe soften a little bit. But my best guess would be steady, roughly steady, within a range.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our program for today. We hope that you have found this meeting informative, and we thank you for joining us. We would like to once again recognize and thank our generous sponsors who helped make today's meeting possible. FMC Canada, Corteva, McDougall Acres Limited, and Bayer. Thank you for supporting this event and the pulse growers in Saskatchewan. We would appreciate it if you would take a few minutes to complete a survey to let us know what you liked and how we can improve future meetings like this. For in-person attendees, you can scan the QR code found on the card on each table. And for those of you joining us virtually, please find the survey link in the chat. There will also be an email sent to everyone with a link to that same survey. We are hosting additional events like this in Assiniboia, Elrose, and Melfort throughout February and March. Please tell your friends, families, or colleagues. You can find the agendas and links to register on our website at saspulse.com. Have a great afternoon, everyone. Stay safe.